out how his brother did racing last night. I think they were racing in Elma, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong, though. Anyway, his brother was on the dirt track, Dana, while Dallas was here at Pacific, just kind of hanging out. Before he left, he said, hey, you know what's going to happen when I get over there? I go, yeah, you're going to get put to work, buddy. He goes, yeah, probably. I said, I'll tell you what. I've tried to be a spectator a few times in my life. Sometimes it works out okay. Other times, and this actually happened at Firebird a couple of weeks ago. Bill Windley and I went over there for the Night Fire Nationals, and it was their 50th anniversary of the Night Fire, right? So it was like one of those races, like, it's the 50th anniversary edition. You can't not be there. So Bill and I flew over there, had a ball, but it was different being a spectator. You know, I can't tell you I'm good at it because I don't have a lot of practice, but it was definitely different. And everybody who I saw, the racers over there, they were like, are you not going to the tower? I want to make every effort not to go to the tower. I'm trying to be a spectator, hang out and with you guys, you know, eat food from the concession stand till I'm way over full and, you know, have a few adult beverages and stuff. Everybody was happy about that, but eventually, Saturday morning, I went up there and worked with Brian Loans for probably an hour, you know, because everybody kept, you got to get up there and say something. Okay, you're probably right. So I picked Saturday morning before everything got underway. Brian and I talked for a while. For those of you that don't know, Brian Loans is the voice, the TV voice of NHRA on Fox. And he was over there as the paid voice of the 50th Night Fire, did an amazing job. It was fun to finally meet him in person. We had never worked together. We talked on Facebook, talked on the phone, but never actually met each other, and it's a pretty good time. But I got to tell you that I'm not a good spectator. And having said all that, I appreciate the fact that this year we've had spectators in the grandstands at all the NHRA races and here at Pacific as well. I mean, you don't realize how much you miss something till you don't have it. So I appreciate the support of the fans, the racers, Rob Gillette and his company, A Street Automotive. It's been an amazing year. It's been fun working with Ray and with Bill and with Eldon and the gang up here in the announcer room. You know, I'm almost sounding like I'm saying goodbye, but I'm not really. I mean, this is the final event of the A Street Series. We still have some test and tune type stuff to do in October, but basically we aren't racing here drag racing wise in the month of September.
Basically, you are saying goodbye for the winter.
Well, no. Hopefully Mother Nature is kind to us and maybe we can get some test and tune gambler races and cash bashes going in October. You know,
yeah,
a long ways from here, but
yeah, you and I are scheduled to work together in October, so hopefully the weather will cooperate.
Yeah, no, I mean, Mother Nature actually this year has been more than kind to us.
I'm going to tell you what, come October, if we're working in October, the air conditioner has gone off.
Yeah, I need heat then, for sure. Anyway, so that's kind of our plan. We'll talk to Rob Gillette. We'll talk to Dallas Glenn. We'll find out some fond memories from his past, including the fact that he won the high school division championship way back in the day when he was really young. And we'll talk to him about the Pinks All Out thing. We'll find out how he got his name, because I don't know that many people named Dallas.
No, I brought that up yesterday. Yeah.
I was kind of thinking about it. The only two people I know named Dallas as a first name are Dallas Glenn and Dallas Gardner, who used to be the president of NHRA.
Oh, I forgot about him.
That's the only two people that, I mean, I'm old and I can't remember everything, but those are the only two guys named Dallas that I can come up with. There's got to be a story on how he got his name. I mean, I could be wrong, but everybody's got a story, right? You just have to ask the right question. So that's our plan. Some great racing. We'll finalize the points, crown some champions. We'll have a king of the track runoff. And again, we want to remind the high school drivers that you'll fit in between pro and super pro as we get into racing today. So high school drivers, Cornwall high school drivers, heads up. You're going to be between pro and super pro all the way through the day. Once we do get started this morning, we're going to open things up with Mukilteo Powder Coating Sportsman. And unlike yesterday, a couple of changes in the format. Looks to me, at least initially anyway, everybody's going to get one time trial or qualifier. Not two like yesterday. Also, there is no buybacks today, as opposed to yesterday.
Remember, 5 o'clock, we're done.
Exactly. I was just going to say the reason, the 5 o'clock curfew, baby. All right, Mukilteo Powder Coating Sportsman. We need you to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Please, and thank you. Mukilteo Powder Coating Sportsman. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4.
We're looking forward to seeing you, sportsman. Come on down. Wow.
And 30 seconds later, voila.
One in the staging lanes already.
I hate to coin a phrase, but bam. There you go.
He's got shoe polish. He's ready to put a dial in on.
So once again, Mukilteo Powder Coating Sportsman, you've been called to staging. Following the sportsman category, we'll jump into Provac Pro for a time trial. Then, as I previously mentioned, we'll go into Cornwall Tools High School, to be followed by Puget Sound Petroleum Super Pro, our friends that are the BC Super Shifters with nobody from BC. And then Olympic Ironworks Motorcycle. Once we get through the motorcycle class, that'll have allowed everyone one time trial or qualifier, depending on what we're doing. And we go into round one. King of the track and the Wally on the line. And man, I almost feel like I'm privileged.
I'm going to touch it.
Yeah, I'm looking right here at the King of the Track trophy in the hat. So if you want to come and have a viewing of the NHRA King of the Track Wally, I have it right here. Pretty cool. Mukilteo Powder Coating Sportsman, good morning. We need you in lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, please. Mukilteo Powder Coating Sportsman, you should be on the move and headed to the staging lanes. You know, I thought of this as I left last night too, Ray. Here I brought 2 brand new bags of dog treats, and none of my fur kids showed up yesterday.
Well, I told you earlier, I walked around the pits this morning like I usually walk around the pits, and I seen a couple of dogs. I told their owners, Stevie's got stuff.
Right, good job, Ray, thanks. Hey, so when you were walking around, did the Nova, the Raffle Nova show up yet?
Oh,
was it over there?
It's over there.
Sweet.
I walked over to check to make sure they're taking good care of my Nova.
Right, well, so let's talk about that Nova that's up for raffle. It's a 1970 Nova Pro Street car. You can check it out at the Thunderdome Car Museum display, which is over in the upper pits. Nova's kind of cool, and if you want a chance to win it, you got to buy a ticket or two. Now, those raffle tickets are $20 a piece. They're only selling 3,000 tickets total. So give yourself a shot. If you don't play, you can't win. I mean, could you imagine for a minute, a guy like Ray or I, who only bought one ticket, wins this 1970 Pro Street Nova? That would be pretty cool. If you want a shot, go over to the display, take a look at the Nova, make your decision, and buy a ticket. Now, a lot of people wonder, well, doesn't the raffle ticket proceeds go to pay for the car? No. All the proceeds, 100%, go to the Epilepsy Foundation of Washington. So if for no other reason, maybe there's somebody out there that doesn't really need a Nova, but knows about the Epilepsy Foundation of Washington and just wants to support them. You don't have to buy a ticket. If you just want to make a donation, you're welcome to do that too. But that's a pretty cool Nova. I bought a ticket. You should buy a ticket. Give yourself a shot at the car, but maybe more importantly, support the Epilepsy Foundation of Washington. Pretty worthwhile cause. And want to thank our friends over at the Thunderdome Car Museum in Enumclaw for being the host of our last in-person banquet. Rumor has it, although not confirmed, I'll confirm it later and give you the update, but rumor has it that they will host a banquet this year too.
That was the rumor I heard.
That'd be cool. If you haven't been to the Thunderdome and checked out the car museum, you should. Pretty cool place. All right, so final call. Mukilteo Powder Coating Sportsman. You know why?
You're running right now.
That's why. And the first guy in the staging lanes was the driver of that red Firebird over on the Cornwell Tool side of the racetrack. I mean, he was so ready, he pulled up to the front of the lanes, got out, and applied shoe polish. He's like, let's do this. Not exactly like a party on the patio, but hey, it's a party in the staging lanes. Now, I don't know, like, everybody gets one-time trial or qualifier. Because some classes do qualify, like the motorcycles and like the BC Super Shifters. That's how they do. And by the way, I'm going to remind the high school kids of this one more time. For those of you competing in Cornwell Tools High School, your timed runs and rounds of eliminations will follow pro bracket. You're in between pro and super pro in the run schedule. Even though the printed schedule doesn't show that, that's where you're at. So don't panic, remain calm. Maggie Biscay in that S10 truck. I cannot believe that Maggie Biscay is already 24 years old. But then again, I'm going to be 61 this year, and I can't believe I made it this far either. But here we are. Ugh. It was rough getting up this morning, I got to say. Gotta love that Mercury Comet Caliente in the right lane. And again, I got a soft spot for Pontiacs. One of the reasons is they're no longer made. You can't buy a brand new Pontiac anymore. And if you'd have told me 20 years ago of all the GM brands, which ones would be cut, I wouldn't be thinking it would be a Pontiac. Like, you knew Cadillacs would be around because all the really old people drive those. And there's a lot of old people. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm old too, so I'm just saying.
What about Oldsmobile?
Well, right. So like you go through the things, you know Chevrolet ain't going anywhere. Because of the blue hair people, old people and stuff. Cadillac ain't going nowhere. What about Buick though?
I hope not.
Well, I'm just saying, out of all the brands that would be gone, if I was going to pick one, I would have picked Buick. Nope, Buick's still around.
You know what my pet peeve is about Buick?
Oh, God, you drive a Buick. How can you have a pet peeve?
However, now, if you want to buy a new Buick, you buy an SUV.
I know, they don't make cars anymore. They don't make cars.
They do make cars, but the cars are made in China. The cars are made in Germany. They don't make them in the United States. If you want to buy a Toyota, it's made in Kentucky. If you want to buy a Honda, it's made in Ohio. So now all the foreign cars are made here and all the American cars are made overseas. So who's the foreigner now?
So what are you trying to say, Ray? You're not going to buy a Buick for your next car?
No, next car is going to be a Honda.
I can't wait to see that. When's that happening?
I don't know. It may not ever happen because my Buick is so nice that it keeps on running and running and running.
Don't you love a guy who's like, okay, my race car's broke. What do we got around here I can drive? Tow rig, sweet. Hey, here's a winner from yesterday. Pickup truck. Don't you remember? Come on, Ray. I don't know, man. Drag racing is hard. Being a spectator is kind of hard, too. You know? I mean, like I said, at Firebird, when I was just hanging out with the troops, it was weird. Like, you know, you're normally, like for me, I'm usually stuck in the tower, and the only time I get out is, well, I very seldom get out. Let's put it that way.
You have to escape.
Yeah, most people have to come visit me if they want to talk. Not that I'm against, you know, going out there to hang out with you guys. I just, you know, guys got to work. Wonder if I could get them to pay me by the word. Wouldn't that be awesome? Like a penny for every word.
There's not that much money in the world.
I don't. Ian Theophilus is up here with me, right? He goes, yeah, but you wouldn't stop talking. In what world do I ever really stop talking, Ian? Like, come on. I could go on. Let me see how long I can keep talking without stopping. That'd be pretty fun. How about Rick Green in the Mustang and that black Corvette? I had one of those Corvettes once. It wasn't. I mean, so everyone thinks Corvettes are like collectible eventually, right? Like the 50s Corvettes, yep. 60s Corvettes, yep. 70s Corvettes, yep. 80s Corvettes where all the funds kind of stopped. Because, like, you can buy an 84 Corvette I saw on Facebook Marketplace for $1,800. Like, in what world is that right? God. Should I stop now or you want me to keep going? I can keep going.
We had enough.
Really? Wow, Ray. Ray's over here sitting here going, are you going to let me get a word in edgewise? No. He keeps putting the microphone up to his mouth, but I'm not going to stop talking because I don't want Ray to speak. Sorry, Ray. Sucks to be you, buddy.
I could go walk around the pits.
Well, hey, you know, you could. You want to take the wireless with you?
No, I owe a Perfect Light Award to Freddie. I'll walk over and give it to Freddie.
Well, I tried to get you to give it to him, you know, make a delivery when he pulled up in the staging lanes last night for the semis. But oh no, not Ray. I'm still talking, by the way. I haven't really stopped. I laughed once and I took a deep breath. But other than that, okay, I'll stop.
Thank you.
For those of you wondering, that was 5 minutes of nonstop talking. I timed it. So if they paid me by the word, I could retire. Well, I couldn't, because if they paid me by the word, I got to keep talking. Okay, Ray, you can talk now. All right. Hey, Provac Pro, your turn. Let's go. Provac Pro, head this way, please. By the way, Cornwall Tools High School, you're going to follow Pro. Remember, I told you that earlier. Hey, Provac Pro, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. We're in that part of the program already where the natives on the ground are getting restless. Joe's getting lonely in the staging lanes, and we can't have that. Okay, ready for another 5 minutes of nonstop talking? Ray's leaving me to go make a delivery. Oh, Ray changed his mind. He's not going to deliver the decal quite yet. Okay, I'm going to try and break my own record. Ready for 6 minutes? Kidding. How about that? Perfect light, tower side. Well done. Hey, Ray, where are those stickers, Ray? Get out a couple more of them stickers out of your briefcase over there. Keeper of the stickers.
My reader board isn't working. I didn't see it.
How about that? Another already right out of the gate in Sportsman. Hey, I wonder if I could do a whole round of Pro with a southern accent. Y'all?
How about an English accent?
Don't, you know what? I can do an English accent, but I don't know that I could do a whole round of anything with an English accent.
No, I've heard your English accent. It's pretty good. Oh, here comes Freddie. I have to leave now.
Okay, bye, Ray. Okay, 6 minutes of nonstop talking. Ready? And go. So, Provac Pro. I know you're headed this way because there's like 20 of you in the lanes already. But Provac Pro, good morning. Welcome to the staging lanes, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. See, Joe, we're all good. We got all kinds of Pro bracket cars right in the staging lanes for you, buddy. Let's do this. Here's a guy who won yesterday, Nick Douglas. Had a nice conversation with Nick and Wayne last evening near the winner's circle. You know what else I can't wait for? The ET finals at Woodburn. Always fun. I know a lot of you are like, well, I didn't make the team. So? Doesn't mean you can't go to Woodburn and party with your people. Literally. That's how it is at the bracket finals. Like Team Portland, they party. Bremerton, the Bombers, yeah, they party too. Seriously, that's what you should do. If you didn't make the team, so what? Go to the ET finals. I promise you'll have a good time. In fact, if you don't have a good time at the ET finals, come tell me what happened. Why? I mean, really. How can you not have fun with 600 of your closest friends in attendance? One of the cool aspects of the ET finals is the fact that you get to race people that you don't even know. And there's like 19 tracks represented, so there's like almost, somewhere in the general neighborhood of 400 to 600 cars, depending. I'd imagine Woodburn will have closer to 600 because now Woodburn is considered a thriving metropolis. Mainly because of the outlet mall. All right, here we go. One and only time trial for Provac Pro, baby. Let's do this. Cool Chevy 2 in the right lane. Gotta love it. Enlarge those wheel wells and put a big tire underneath the back of that bad boy. 64 Chevelle here, tower side. So Angela Peterson in the wagon. And that Buick Regal in the right lane with the Landau half vinyl top. Love it.
That would be Knudsen.
Right. So, say Angela Peterson has 2 station wagon race cars. Is she a wagoneer or a wagon master?
Wagon master.
But she's a girl. Can you still be a wagon master and be a lady?
Wagon master rest.
Okay. Here's a guy that's always in the late rounds. Dave Knudsen in the Camaro. I don't think I saw that pickup truck here yesterday. Then again, I'm tired. Ugh. Remember?
I remember.
Graves family El Camino Tower side. How about this one? Side by side El Caminos. Love it. 67 El Camino Tower side, and I'm going to go 69 El Camino in the right lane, maybe, or 68. I can't tell. Only because I didn't get a chance to look at the headlights. I could have told you what it was if I'd seen the grill. All right.
Oh, you see this flag on Rentz's Camaro?
Wait, Ray, we got another pair over here.
Oh, I have a story.
Well, wait a minute.
Okay.
So you got Jerome Feltman and Abby Hagen. Drove by the Hagen pit area on the way in, like I always do, and I was like, "Hey, campers." Hey, racing Roger Renz with the flag intact on the back of the Camaro.
That's my story, the flag. I stopped by and talked to Roger this morning. I says, it's amazing that flag is still intact. He says, I replace it every once in a while.
Yeah, I was going to say.
He says, after this race, it will be replaced.
Hey, so how was Freddie when you delivered him his decal? Was he happy?
He was very happy, yeah.
Here's my pal Russell Lopeman, the magician Nova. There's a lot of reasons to like the Lopemans. There's Russell, always fun to talk to. There's his lovely wife Christina. But everyone loves the Lopemans for one reason. Baby Rose. What a cute little girl. I warned Russell and Christina earlier this year. You only got like 5 years before you got to buy a junior, so start saving. Most people save for college funds, not the Lopemans. They're saving for a junior for Rose. Just saying. Christina's so smart, she's probably going to start a GoFundMe for Rose's dragster. I'm kidding. Hey, Ray, you know why I like this matchup coming up?
Because of the wheel standing El Camino.
Yep.
That would be Holgerson.
Yeah, Daniel Helgeson. What you said. Wow! I could never get tired of that. I don't care who you are, that's cool. That would be a red Buick, Ray. And I think it might be one of the turbo ones. Then I think that's the Young family Pontiac over in the right lane too. I think.
A red Grand Sport that only came in white from the factory or black?
Incorrect, sir.
Really? I thought white and black was the only color from the
Well,
factory.
in the interest of fair reporting, there was the Grand National, and then there was the T-Type Regal. T-Type standing for turbo. Next time this car comes up, I'll give you more Buick turbo trivia.
Next time it comes up, it'll be first round of eliminations.
That would be correct, sir. God, Ray, you're right on top of it today.
Sometimes.
Super clean 66 Chevelle. And about a 1972 Barracuda in the right lane. Cuda, Barracuda.
Cuda.
Could do it with the New York, New Jersey accent kind of thing. Hey, see that mopar over there? That's a Cuda there.
You do the New York accent better than I do.
Ralph Mueller coming up. Red Camaro. Wow, how about this? Back-to-back love trucks. This pair has a love truck. The next pair has a love truck. Almost started to sound like Oprah Winfrey. You get a prize, and you get a prize, and you get a prize.
No, they don't get prizes. They get cars.
Don't tell me.
You get a car.
Do not tell me.
You get a car, and you get a car.
Do not tell me you watch Oprah Winfrey.
No, I do not.
Then how do you know?
Because I seen it on the news.
Oh.
I'm going to go over and check out my 1970 Nova over across the way.
Why don't you wait till lunchtime? Then you can go get us lunch because you're going to be halfway over there anyway.
No, I'm buying today. You're going for lunch.
Oh, you're killing me. All right, here's our second consecutive matchup with involving a love truck.
And a 68 Camaro.
Yep. Rhett Bertolotti and Tim Sipes ready to go for it here. All right, Scott Loosely ready to go in the Cougar. See that Pontiac Firebird over in the right lane?
Oh, yeah.
That's the last generation of Firebird there's ever been.
Not the last year, the last generation.
Right. Mainly because I don't know exactly what year that is.
Kenny O'Keefe Tower side. I know that's Jim Van Cleve over in the right lane.
Yeah, watch the Maverick over in the right lane, wheels up. You know, I like talking about the points in Provac Pro. Guess what happened yesterday? Brian Horn got bumped down to second place. Brian Giddings is the new leader in the clubhouse. Brian Horn second. Dave Knutson made a big move, up to third. Craig Smith up to fourth. Sean Langley's fifth. Gordon Rust hanging in there is now on the bubble as far as the race of champions is concerned. He's in the number 6 spot. Russell Lopeman is 7th. 8th is the guy who just ran down the Cornwell Tool side of your racetrack, Jim Van Cleve. Olide O'Keefe is 9th. Martin Condon, 10th.
High school, looking for a high school. Lane 5, please. High school, come on down.
Rick Green trying to make the Mustang do work.
Green went red.
Yeah, happens sometimes. Good news is, it happened on the one and only time trial he's getting. Speaking of Brian Giddings, the new leader in pro, here he is. Right lane.
What's your sheet say that Wakefield did yesterday?
One moment, please. Moved all the way up to second.
Wow.
Mark Hinges is now third. Brian Horn, who's sitting in the water box in Super Pro using the foot brake only, is fourth. Kevin Rennick is moved up to fifth. Mark Bentley dropped a spot and is now down to sixth. Bruce White is seventh. Now, that sixth spot is kind of pivotal for the Race of Champions, and Mark Bentley is now on the bubble. Cornwell Tools High School, lane 5. Cornwell Tools High School, lane 5. Remember, high schoolers, I warned you this morning, remember? You're going to be between Pro and Super Pro. And with Pro Bracket almost done, high school is next. Cornwell Tools High School, come on. Puget Sound Petroleum Super Pro. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Puget Sound Petroleum Super Pro. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, please. Remember how I was commenting about the white rally stripes on Wayne Douglas's car yesterday on the PA?
Yeah, you asked him
Yeah.
if they were new. He said, no, they've been there for 100 years.
Not 100. He did not say 100 years. He said about 4 years ago. I'm like, oh, great. I'm pretty observant, huh?
That's Mike Summer over in the right lane in the 67 Nova.
Here comes the big fella, Dustin Ward. You know, if I needed a bodyguard, I might hire Dustin Ward. He's a big, imposing dude.
Well, we have another bodyguard that just pulled up there, Rob Gillette.
I'm just saying. Puget Sound Petroleum Super Pro. Come on. Puget Sound Petroleum Super Pro. Hello?
Well, Ian's back there.
John's back there.
John's back there. We're all set.
You guys can pull up into lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 if you want. There's no waiting up here.
Paramopar's here. Barracuda Tower side. Looks like a Plymouth Satellite over in the right lane. High school. We're looking for a high school. Cornwell Tools High School. Looking for you in the staging lanes, please. 'Al Meyer over in the right lane. GTO. 10:39 for the GTO over in the right lane.
Ryan Warnke and Matt Condon crossed the finish line. This is Cornwell Tools High School, and Logan Izquierdo gets a solo run, and I guess that's going to do it for Cornwell Tools High School for the moment.
No, Super Pros waiting with bated breath back here.
Little bit of a red light there, Logan, my friend. But hey, you know what? It happens once in a while. You'd rather have it happen during a time trial. Just saying.
Stuff happens. Well, I like this 64 Chevelle here in the tower side. Got the door handle shaved off.
Yeah, I never noticed that, Ray, till you said it right now. Huh. Interesting.
I never noticed it either until just now.
All right, Eric Burge,
And Mark Hinges.
the door handleless Chevy Malibu.
I wonder how he gets in that car without the door handle.
Some sort of push button deal, I think. I don't know.
Wow, 857, 175 miles an hour for Hinges. Eric goes red by 5 thou and runs a 989 at the other end of the track. Brings up Andy Collins tower side in a Mustang. Ron Norris over in the right lane in the Beretta. Norris goes red by 5 thou. But he makes up for it at the other end. He goes 886, 154 miles an hour. And he goes 1143 to 113. Brings up Randy Brown. Brett Irely goes red by 9 thousandths. Brett goes 913, 139 miles an hour. Randy goes 905, 148 miles an hour. Randy knocking on the door of the eights. Ian Theophilus comes forward. He's going to race his father, John Theophilus, in the door car.
You know what the funny thing is about dogs? They're all different. So I just got to meet the littlest member of our fur kid family, Taffy. She's a mini dachshund. And she doesn't like bacon, apparently. At least not right now. That's the only dog in the history of ever that I've ever known that doesn't like bacon any time of the day. Kind of shocking.
You know, I had a German Shepherd that liked Limburger cheese.
Ew.
Okay, the last pair down the track was Ian Theophilus and John Theophilus. That would be father and son. This next pair is also father and son. Yeah, well, like I was saying, Ian Theophilus and John Theophilus, father and son, just ran. This next pair is also father and son. So Derek Knudsen makes a single tower side.
All right, so Jerome Feltman and Shane Emel will race each other in a time trial. Shane driving the Malibu, and Jerome Feltman well, actually, they're both Malibus, really, right? Driving the orange car.
That's true. One's a Malibu SS.
Right. I wonder why in the late 70s, early 80s Malibus, there were no SSs.
I don't know. I never thought of that before.
Man, that was kind of weird. Did you see Jerome Feltman's car do a little sachet off the starting line? That was kind of weird. 1087 and 127 for Jerome. Shane goes 1025 and 126. That'll bring up one of my favorite race cars in the history of ever, Kevin Young's, the Anglia.
Michaela over in the other lane. She's out of Spanaway driving a 67 Valiant.
Michaela's all married now. For those of you that are familiar with junior drag racing here at Pacific Raceways, you may remember Michaela Quam. That's her. So 1082 for Michaela and 122 for Speed. A little bit better reaction time for Kevin Young's at 021, but 875 for the Anglia. Yesterday's winner, Dave Wakefield, races Emmett McKillop this time around.
Wow, 007 reaction time for Dave Wakefield, but Emmett McKillop not far behind with an 018. Tim Lewis, Tower Side, Mopar. Beretta over in the right lane, driven by John Berger out of Yakima.
Oh, broken axle and oh no. Certainly unfortunate for Tim Lewis. Broken axle, and you can see the damage, the wheel sitting over in the other lane, and of course the damage to the guard wall as well. You may have heard me mention that Dallas Glenn has been here the last couple of days for a time. He's going to be signing autographs today, actually.
They're selling merchandise over at the pro shop, too.
Yeah. You can get a sweatshirt or a Dallas Glenn t-shirt. And the sweatshirts are hoodie sweatshirts, so those are cool.
You love the hoodies.
I do. I don't have a Dallas Glenn edition yet, but I called down on the radio to Kim Webster, who's kind of in charge of the pro shop. I said, make sure that you got a t-shirt and a hoodie sweatshirt in Short Fat Kid for me.
You got a hoodie for Christmas one year, didn't you?
Yeah, I got a Pacific Raceways hoodie. You're going to bring that up again, aren't you, Ray? God, I'll never forget this. This was so funny. So Ray is working the banquet when we had it up at the car museum. And we're sitting at dinner, and he goes, hey, did you guys open your gift yet from the racetrack? No. He looks at us and says it's a sweatshirt. I'm like, Ray.
No, I told you it was a hoodie.
Oh, a hoodie. Okay. I thought you said sweatshirt. But in either case,
I gave it away.
he didn't let us even open our Christmas gift from the racetrack. That just makes me wonder, you know, like, I won't mention your age, but let's just say back when Ray was 10, were you the same way? Like, would you sneak into your parents' room or wherever the gifts were hidden to find out what you were getting for Christmas ahead of time? It strikes me that you're that kind of guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, is all he says, yeah. Anyway, back to the Dallas Glenn autograph signing. He'll be here at some point this morning, and we'll do a little interview with him. He'll be here to sign autographs. Rumor has it he might be racing, too. I don't know.
I heard he's going to bracket race today.
Well, I mean, we're through a couple of classes already, and he hasn't come to the timing tower, so I don't know. That part I can't confirm. But he did tell me he was coming back today. Pretty cool. Dallas Glenn, 4th in Pro Stock points. 2 national event wins this year.
In a perfect light in the final round.
In the final round at Topeka a week ago. Yeah, so there's extensive damage to Tim Lewis's Duster. And the guardrail's not supposed to look like that. So it's going to take us some time to get this situation taken care of. So we apologize for what will be a delay here, but we'll do it as quickly as we can. We'll get things rectified and hopefully be back underway in relatively short order. Well, as we work on the racetrack, what do you think? Should we tune into the national event coverage in Brainerd, courtesy of my NHRA.TV subscription? Give me like 20 seconds. Okay, we're ready to join the national event coverage. Looks like they're in the middle of Alcohol Funny Car, actually. Hey, you know what? Before we go to national event coverage, Rob Gillette has joined us here in the timing tower. Man, perfect timing, Rob. I mean, we got a little time here because it's going to take a bit for us to get the guardrail straightened back around and Tim's car loaded onto the recovery deal and all that. So, for those of you that don't know, probably a little over a year ago, Rob Gillette and his company, A Street Automotive, formed an alliance with Pacific Raceway to sponsor what we call the A Street Automotive Gold Cup Championship Series here at Pacific Raceway. So, Rob Gillette, you know this is the last race of the season for the A Street Automotive Gold Cup ET Series. How's your year been, man? You've been here for almost everything, whether it's A Street Automotive event or pretty much anything. If they're running drag races here, you've been here, man.
Yeah, I've had a great time getting to know everybody here and watching everyone, and it's been a tight points race here towards the end. So I wish everyone luck with that. So yeah, it's going to come right down to this race to see who the top three are, pretty much.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. As the year has unfolded, the story goes that in a couple of classes anyway, guys that were points leaders all the way through the year come to the final race weekend of a double header, and everything's changed after yesterday. It's kind of crazy. I mean, I'll give you an example in pro bracket where Brian Horn had been leading pro the entire year until yesterday. And Brian Giddings, the former division champ, rolls up and is now number one in points. But we got a whole race to get done today, and things could change again before it's all said and done. So when you originally talked to John Ramsey and everyone in the office here at Pacific Raceways and formed the alliance that allowed you to become the ET Series sponsor, what were your expectations, and I guess were they met?
Absolutely. Everything was met with my expectations. I just looking to get, more name recognition than anything, but getting to know everybody more and better, and people that enjoy the same sport that I do. It's awesome, the family camaraderie of people out here, just everybody watching each other's backs, and it's fun to watch everything.
The interesting thing about it, and I don't know how it all came about, but originally you signed on to be the ET Series sponsor, and that's really good, and we obviously appreciate that. Then next up, it seemed like you became the Winner's Circle sponsor, and then after that, it was the Perfect Light Award from your company. So you're intricately involved with a lot of aspects of drag racing here at the racetrack, but then again, you're no newcomer to drag racing at all. Your family was kind of involved in a lot of different forms of racing, not just drag racing, but your love is drag racing, quite obviously.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. I mean, previously I've been involved with unlimited hydroplane racing, NASCAR racing, and now drag racing. But I kind of just have a love for all motorsports. Doesn't really matter if it's on land or on sea. I just really enjoy everything with it.
And it's interesting how people are like that. Like, you have your passionate sport. In our case, it's drag racing, but I follow NASCAR a little bit, and the IndyCar circuit a little bit, and even Formula One a little bit. But drag racing is what is my passion, I guess. And I had a guy ask me this a couple of weeks ago when I was at Firebird Raceway. and I went there to be a spectator, which I never do. Usually when I go to the racetrack, I'm up here announcing or doing something, and so I got to see things from a little bit different perspective. It's kind of hard being a spectator. I mean, I'll say it this way: when you're the announcer, you kind of have carte blanche. You can go wherever you want. You can do whatever you need to do. From a spectator standpoint, the interesting thing to me was watching the interaction from the other spectators with the drivers and things like that. And from a sponsor standpoint, that's kind of cool, because when you come to the racetrack, a lot of people know you by now. I mean, your involvement with drag racing didn't just happen because of the ET series. You are still involved with Hancock and Lane, racing in Comp Eliminator and Superstock and such. So how involved are you still with those guys?
Still very involved with Hancock and Lane. Our next race coming up, we actually went to Division 4, race in Division 4, just because of the stuff in Division 6 was kind of nil at the beginning of the year with COVID and everything. But, just finished up Division 4. We got a race coming up here in back east. But, and then after that, we're heading to Vegas for Nationals and Divisional, and then over to Pomona for the season finale.
So let's talk a little bit about your company, A Street Automotive, because without your company, drag racing here at Pacific Raceway would simply be a lot more difficult. We wouldn't have a series sponsor, we wouldn't have a sponsor for the Perfect Light Club, and we wouldn't have a sponsor for the Winner's Circle. So we appreciate what you do. As far as your company is concerned, it's been around for more than 30 years. I do know that. And I also know that your mechanics are all ASE certified. I guess the question, somebody asked me this the other day, and I don't mean to put you on the spot publicly, but I guess I'm gonna. Not intentional, really. I have a friend who has a large motorhome, and he asked, do you know anybody that works on motorhomes? And my first thought was you, A Street Automotive, because I know you work on cars, trucks, and motorhomes. His need was more specific in that he needed a big lift to put his motorhome on. Do you have a lift that could do motorhomes?
Actually, we don't have a lift that'll fit motorhomes, but we do work on motorhomes. Just we do it outside or in other areas. So it's kind of hard to get a lift that's big enough to fit a motorhome, actually, because there's so many variables.
Right, and they're obviously heavy because they're large. So, as far as employees, how many guys you got working for you now?
I have 5 employees. They're all great. I love my employees. They're having teammates and people that work for you that really are passionate about the industry the same as you it's great. Been a great camaraderie at work.
So it's a great place to work. Early in the year when we last did an interview, you were looking for mechanics. Are you still looking for people?
Currently, no. We're fully staffed now, and everything there has been great with all my techs. So I couldn't be happier with how everything's going right now.
And you're busy.
Yeah, very busy.
That's good. So if you need help with your daily driven automobile, your camper, your motorhome, your street rod, your race car, A Street Automotive can work on all that, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, if you got any project for me, just hit me up. If you see me walking around, have any questions, just come by. I won't bite your head off. I'm pretty easygoing and love to talk with you.
So the question I got, I never did ask you this earlier in a couple other interviews that we did. Your alliance with the racetrack, is that like a year-by-year situation, or is it a commitment that spans a couple of years, or what?
Currently, right now, it's a commitment that's going to span a couple of years. Hopefully, we'll go on further with that after that point.
Well, I'm hoping that from a marketing perspective, the people here at the racetrack, one thing about drag racers is they like to support the companies that support them. So I'm hoping that, racers are coming to you at work during the week, and they're talking to you on the weekends.
Oh, definitely. I mean, again, everyone out here has been great. I just, if you have any questions for me, just come up and holler. If you just want to say hi. I mean, I don't know everybody here, but I'd love to get to know everybody and chat.
I mean, seriously, Rob Gillette is one of the really good guys in our sport. And thankfully, he's chosen us for a little bit of marketing help. And without you guys on the ground, talking to Rob, going to his business and supporting him, his support at the racetrack would be non-existent. So if you're in the market for any type of service for your automobile, your daily driven truck, if you own a business and have fleet of vehicles, Rob would love to get involved, right?
Sure. Yeah, we do tons of fleet services and individual stuff too. So whatever type of business you have, big or small, if you only got one vehicle or you got 20, we can help you out with anything you need.
Well, Rob, thanks again for providing some support to the bracket series for the first time this year. It's a multi-year commitment, and we're happy about that. We hope it goes on into the future a long ways, because it seems like it's a pretty good situation for both parties, I guess. And I know the racers appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I just, again, I just love everything out here and enjoy growing the sport and getting people more involved with it and more interested, and especially the young kids coming out, getting them into drag racing and just having fun with it. Family time fun, and it's a great thing to be involved with.
So thanks again, Rob, and A Street Automotive. If you need anything as far as service for your vehicle, contact Rob or call him during the week. What's the phone number over there?
253-833-1000.
Well, that's pretty easy. 253-833-1000. See, even I can do it. Rob Gillette, thanks for coming up, man.
Yeah, thanks, Steve.
Your timing is impeccable. Nice work. All right, well, I'm looking at the screen on my laptop here at the coverage of the Lucas Oil Nationals in Brainerd. They're right now in the midst of some commercials. But if you look at the work going on the racetrack, it looks like we're going to be on hold for a little while. We've got to remove cars. They've got to move barriers. They're working feverishly to try to get everything straightened around. But as far as racing here, we're going to be on hold. And it looks like the commercial break is over in Brainerd. So let's join live coverage of the Lucas Oil NHRA Nationals from Brainerd, Minnesota.
Is the reason so many people come out to this race as a flyaway race, as a travel race, as a bucket list race. They got to see what's going on. But if you didn't make it to Brainerd this year, we've got you covered. Check out Sunoco Vision for a trip to the zoo.
Well, Brian, a lot of you guys might not know this, but my buddy Steve Torrance and I have had an awesome time out here in the zoo.
Bruno, everybody knows that we have had an awesome time at the zoo.
All right, Steve, you're right, but the thing is, it's not about us. It's about the fans.
Without a doubt, these are the best fans. It's 300 acres, 9,000 campers. We come here every year to live this. This is what we come for.
Yeah, so when you're not checking out the action on the track, this guy going 330 miles an hour, come to the zoo, because when day turns to night, it gets real quick. So, Steve, you got this at the rental car place?
You said you wanted a car. I got us a car. Don't worry about it. I got this.
But isn't this like a Class C felony?
I talked to some people. Man, I got it. We're good.
All right, one last round. And at least this time we're not in the back seat, so
Exactly.
Let's go. One more round.
Bruno Massel, Steve Torrance, our champion, have a little fun out there in the zoo. And I can tell you from a little bit of experience, it was a great time. And all of you at home who are thinking, should I go to Brainerd? I think the answer is clearly yes. Yes, you should. Safety Safari about to get out on track with a little bit of track prep, and then it will be top fuel. So if you're walking the pits, make your way back to the grandstands. Round 2 coming up. If you're already in the grandstands, check out Sunoco Vision for a nitro time machine.
Now, wait, Joe. Quick question.
Yeah.
I said when Steve ran that the last time I saw Steve and Bruno, they were attempting to appropriate a police car. You were there. Is that a fair assessment?
I witnessed it. Yes, absolutely it was.
I mean, I wouldn't say they were going to steal it or they were going to borrow it, but they were appearing to try to appropriate. That's fair, right?
It's better to not ask any questions in situations like this, Alan.
Okay, but here's where I'm going. Apparently, they were successful.
It would seem.
Now, I've seen Steve today. He's out here racing. Jamie has taken over at the top end for Bruno. Has anybody seen Bruno?
I have seen Bruno just moments ago. He is on the starting line. He is not in the clink or anything like that.
I'm not sure I believe you.
I saw him somewhere. He had his shirt off. It was kind of a crazy scene, actually. Just kidding.
I'm still not sure I believe you.
He was right here, but you know what? He's not here now, so you never know. But yes, Alan, we're going to have to talk about plausible deniability, something you should always be aware of. All right, back to it. Sunoco Vision, Nitro Time Machine, BIR 1997. What happened? Check it out.
I was here.
This is one of the more spectacular shots you will see all year long. Mike Dunn in the Mopar car goes into a big wheel stand. Watch the onboard shots. This is Joe Amato in Top Fuel qualifying in the far lane against Kristen Powell. Joe is the story here. Amato, the quickest run ever at 4.562. Boy, that baby can run. This is round number one. This is the Utter car. Brett and Vicky Fanning against Gary Scelzi. It's a gimme for Scelzi. You think? He would break on the starting line, and in one of the stunning upsets of this or any year, Vicky Fanning gets her first round win and the first time Team Winston out in round one.
Top Fuel final, Vandergriff against Corey Mack. Only one guy has ever won 4 straight after the double wheel stands. Corey becomes the second guy to ever win 4 straight. The first one was Scott Coletta.
Crew chiefs attacking the racetrack now as they go out to see what they've got to deal with. They'll go back and make their final adjustments here momentarily on an absolutely spectacularly beautiful Sunday afternoon here at Brainerd International Raceway. Should be a fun one. I got to tell you, love having the Pro Mods here. I think the Pro Mods definitely fit in with the whole zoo atmosphere and mentality of this place. It was fun taking a quick little tour last night, checking out some of the cameras. We got out before it got too crazy. I showed up this morning, talked to a couple of people, and it's like, yeah, did you go out there? Yeah, when'd you leave? Before darkness. You missed it. There was like shades of Brainerd past coming out last night. Hey, when it's nice weather, when we haven't been here in a while, I know you fans have missed us, and I promise you, we certainly missed you as well. We are so grateful to be back here at BIR, and a huge tip of the cap to Christy and her entire staff and team for what they've done with the racetrack. We're out there kind of moseying around, looking at all the new asphalt, all the huge improvements that have been made. You know, Superbike's coming back here, and looking at a whole lot of other special events that are going to be making their way back up into northern Minnesota as the track continues to thrive. And I can tell you personally, I believe this is my 28th visit to Brainerd. And I wouldn't mind coming back for another 28 or so if all works out. They're going to be pulling the first pair up momentarily. Wherever you are, if you can't see the racetrack, fix that. Top Fuel is going to be the next thing you hear fire up. qualifier in the first pair.
Brainerd International Raceway, it is time for Top Fuel Dragsters!
Well, we started round one with a pretty big matchup. I think you can honestly say we're starting round two with a pretty big matchup. I know I could have said monster matchup, but I wasn't going to do that. Brittany Force and Antron Brown. Brittany was the number one qualifier. Brittany was low ET of round number one. And David Grubnick all of a sudden seems to have an affinity for being the first car down a freshly prepared racetrack. He did this a couple of times in Topeka as well when he had the option of letting somebody else lay down some tire tracks or just jumping right in, and hard to argue with the success he had over there. Monster Energy, Flavor Pack, Holiday Markets, Auto Club, Peak, and Chevrolet. All behind Brittany, the number one qualifier. And on the Antron side, it's Matco Tools, it's Sirius XM Radio, Pennzoil, Angstrom, Toyota. The last car standing for JFR in the left lane. Antron Brown third in the points. Brittany Force second in the points. That could swap. 3.8 seconds from after that light flashes yellow. .367. Wow. 3.672. Brittany Force just ran low ET of the event. Antron got off the starting mark first, went 377 at 315 miles an hour. Oh, that's cute. You'll have to get out of the way. There's people racing here. Brittany goes 3.672 at 333. I bet David liked that better than he liked low ET yesterday.
Well, let's ask him. Low ET of the meet, David. You're going to the semis.
We'll take the win, so that's great. We don't want to discount Antron and Brian Karate. They're a fabulous team. They can step up at any time, so, we took advantage of the track and got the win.
What about going out first? That seems like your new thing.
No, it just depends on the situation. Sometimes we're better off to lay back, so that time it worked for us. Other times it doesn't, so it just depends on the situation.
He is already thinking about what he's going to do in the next round. .816 at 60 feet. 816 to 60 feet. Eighth mile, 2.94, 293. 2.94 seconds, 293 miles an hour, and low ET of the entire event. The racetrack, by the way, 106 degrees, 106 on the concrete out there. Antron Brown went 377 at 315. He left first by a couple, made a solid run. And he just got run over by a monster. A pretty blonde monster, but still a monster. Mike Salinas and Clay Milliken to figure out who's going to come back and race Brittany. I also thought it was interesting, you heard David Grubnick showing a lot of respect for Brian Karate. Remember, Brian spent a couple of years working over there with JFR. And while us fans, and I include myself on that list, we sit up here and watch Mike Salinas get ready to race Clay Milliken. But when you really get inside the trenches and in the think tanks and in the trailers, they'll tell you right now, Alan Johnson is racing Mike Klober. Because the crew chiefs are such a huge part of this. And again, you can hear the respect that David has for Brian Karate and Antron's team. But Mike Salinas, the scrapper's car with Alan Johnson, Brian Houston, the gang. They're going to line up right there in the same lane that Brittany just ripped for low ET of the event. Clay Milliken, Parts Plus, Walmart Wellness Center, the Straight Line Strategies Group, Stringer Performance. Klober getting ready to make the last little adjustment there on the fuel mixture on the barrel valve. But Brian Houston is looking down there at the dashboard that is mounted right behind, and as soon as he nods his head, the crewman unplugs it, takes it off the car before the car pulls into stage. Clay Millican got the jump on the starting line, and he takes it to the house. 3.741, 325 miles an hour. Salinas, 377, but look at the speed, only 284 miles an hour. 40 miles an hour down at the finish line stripe. You could visibly see Clay move first. It looked like Mike Salinas was a little last move on the stage there that might have kind of thrown him out of his rhythm. And as we look from way up high, Clay got away first. Problems for Mike just before the finish line. The speed falls off. And I'm not sure it was going to make a whole lot of difference as Millican goes 3.741, 325 miles an hour. And now Clay Millican will see if he can do anything with Brittany. Didn't they just race last week? I think they did. Let's go down to top end to Jamie.
It was that monster run, the best run of the weekend in Top Fuel. But Brittany, Antron Brown had you at the line. What will you do before the semis to prepare for Clay Millican?
You know, I got to figure that out. I've been struggling all weekend with reaction times. I have a killer car, and to step it up on race day is pretty incredible for this Monster Energy team. I have David Grubnick and Max Savage to thank for that. So we're running Millican again, so we'll see what we can do. Feel good, though.
They raced in the final in Topeka, Kansas 7 days ago. Brittany got the better of it there, and I guarantee you Clay and Mike and everybody in a Parts Plus shirt is thinking, revenge. Looks like we've got one stopped down on the top end of the racetrack. Haven't heard anything about cleanup yet, but I see a whole lot of flashing red lights down there, so we're going to be on hold for just a minute before Steve Torrance and Justin Ashley get told to fire up. You saw the smoke out of Mike Salinas' car right at the finish line. Safety Safari out there. Looks like they're maybe dousing a couple of little flames down there in the diaper or the catch can before they get him pushed around the corner and clear the top end of the racetrack. Funny car going to be rolling in right behind us here. Back into Pro Mod, Mountain Motor, and then we're going to get into the semifinals of all of our Lucas Oil categories. It has been a fun week. Antron Brown headed back to get ready for the next race instead of the next round, but he has got a car that I guarantee is going to contend for the championship before it's all over with. Steve Torrance just ran away with the point lead early in the season. And remember, Steve Torrance is still the only guy who has ever swept the countdown to the championship. The Capco boys, you heard Steve say, well, I'm not going to say we're experimenting, but maybe we're trying some stuff. I think they're getting ready for another championship run. Well, here come the aforementioned Capco boys. Steve Torrance was last seen in a police car. No, in the front seat. It was okay. He was in the front seat. He was actually driving it. Capco, a massive pipeline company based in Kilgore, Texas, but they do work all over the country. Steve is always very quick to thank all those pipeliners out there that are working literally 7 days a week, keeping the country moving and keeping Steve in nitro and cylinder heads. And for Justin Ashley, the Strutmaster, smart sanitizer. Mike Green is a pretty bright guy, crew chief over there on the right side. He's won a lot of races and championships as well. Richard Hogan, of course, the last couple of years has been, well, almost like a swami. Ashley's got a reputation for getting off the starting line first, I guarantee you. Steve-O knows that. Ashley gets away first, but his engine doesn't hold on. 373. 326 miles an hour. Justin Ashley was 6 hun better on the tree. I don't know if Steve blinked or flinched, but he was not in his usual zone. His car goes 3.737 at 326, and he gets the win. Looking at the numbers down the racetrack, and Justin was sure looking good early. His car didn't quite make it to the stripe. And again, look at the speed, only 277 miles an hour as Steve went by. We're going to take another look at this one. This would be a fun one if we can get an angle from way up high, because Justin was seriously out in front at about 300 feet. And then the Capco car starts reeling him in by the 8th mile, trying to pull up alongside, and by the finish line goes right on by. Justin's car was not happy by the time it got to 660 feet. The speed was down. Here we go. Watch this from way up high. Look at Justin Ashley, the move he made. He's half a car length out in front right there. And then they start having some problems. Steve pulls up alongside. That's 8th mile. That's finish line. And the Capco boys are headed for the final round, 3.737. It'll either be a showdown with Brittany or it'll be a showdown with Clay. Steve just walked over to Justin, look at me, he's going, brother, how could you do that to me? Looked like we're clear at the top end of the racetrack. Looks like the signal just went out to fire the funny cars. We're going to blast a couple of Mustangs at you to kick things off. Bob Tasca and Blake Alexander. Tasca, the #1 qualifier. Motorcraft, Quick Lane, BG, FordParts.com. Car dealer based up in Rhode Island, and they have sold a bunch of them. Bob Tasca's grandfather, the original Bob Tasca, wrote a book a number of years ago. It's called You Will Be Satisfied, and if you are in the sales or service industry, I highly recommend it. Go on Amazon and take a look and see if you can find it. Some of the practices that he put into his dealership that are still being followed today. It's all about customer service. If you make the customer happy, they'll come back again and again and again. Blake Alexander, Jim Head contractors and engineers, they build runways. Huge concrete project. And Blake Alexander, a young man that started in the Junior Drag Racing League, and every step has been quicker, faster, stronger, better, all the way up to the Pronto Auto Service Centers, now backing him in the funny car ride. .389, 329 miles an hour, Bob Tasca. And he takes that one from wire to wire. Blake goes 395 at 318 miles an hour. They're starting to find some consistency in that Jim Head car over there, no question about it, but just didn't quite have the performance there. 3.899, and as I look down at my sheet, that I do believe, Joe, is Low ET of Race Day.
Low ET of Race Day here with Mike Neff. It's a slugfest out there. You're throwing some haymakers.
It really is. The track's warming up, and it's hanging in there really well. It's the best racetrack we've probably been on all year, so it makes it a lot of fun for not only us, the fans, so should be a great day of racing.
Mike Neff, turning those knobs. Let's throw it down to the top end.
Taking another look at the replay from the far end of the racetrack.
First round, and no excuses, but I mean, Totten taking off a little early kind of caused me to flinch, and that gets in your head, and just not mentally overcoming the round before and going up there, and you know, you can't win one of these without a little bit of luck, and if somebody tells you that, they hadn't done it enough. But Justin Ashley's the leader. I mean, he's leading the class with RT, and that's a great car over there with Mike Green. So we just got lucky there, and we'll we'll go back. I'll get my head straight. I think we got to buy next round, so I'll utilize that to help me and just do our jobs. I mean, it's a tough field out here. This is a pretty stout racetrack, so we're trying to put on a good show for the fans. But man, I eked by that one. About 60 foot, I knew he was way out ahead of me, and I was dead late. And then I see the car just marching. I'm like, there's no way we're going to get around him, and we did. So good Lord's looking after my butt, because I did everything possible to screw it up. And thank you to those Capco boys.
Yeah, well, some days the drivers win, some days the crew chief wins, and some day, as Steve said, a little divine intervention never hurt anybody. Hey, listen up in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need my semifinalists, Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. Come on down. Super Comp, Stock, Super Stock, Top Dragster, Top Sportsman. Come on down. I know we got a double entry out there, but bring up the Super Comp first if you would. Super Comp, Stock, Super Stock, Top Dragster. All of you. We need you. Semifinals, Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. To the lane. Cruz Pedregon. Ron Capps. How about Ron Capps? Round number 1, he's got to face John Force. Okay, well, certainly it's got to get easier than that, right? Round number 2, Cruz Pedregon. Number 2 qualifier. That's snap-on dots. Like, you're kidding me, right? Nope, we're not. Cruz Pedregon looks like a man on a mission. Said they got the primary car back after making the trip down to Brownsburg to his shop to get her straightened out and squared away. John Collins, Dean Antonelli look at each other. They were stablemates at DSR last year. But when the giving car program went away and funding wasn't able to be secured for Tommy Johnson to make the return, Cruz Pedregon hired the entire team. Reaction separated by 1/1000th of a second. Cars separated by 300ths of a second. And the makers and fixers head into the next round. 3.908. 325 miles an hour for the win. Capps goes 393. Capps goes 325 miles an hour. Capps goes home early. Simple as that. 3.90 beats 393. Coin flip on the starting line. Tremendous side-by-side drag race, especially if your name is Cruz Pedregon. We're going to take another look at this one. It's a classic case where nobody did anything wrong, but the faster car won the race. That snap-on Dodge out in front by almost 300ths of a second at the finish line stripe. So Cruz is in the semis. Tasca is in the semis. And we've got Matt Hagan and Paul Lee waiting at the ready line. Winner gets to come back and take on that Motorcraft Quick Lane Ford in the next round. As a matter of fact, that one right there, the one that's headed back to the pits to get turned around and ready to go. So far, the number 1 and 2 qualifiers have advanced. The number 3 and 4 qualifiers are still in. We're holding up here for just a second before we're ready to fire the next pair. Make the offer again. If anybody's got a question, something, practices, procedures, and NHRA, you don't have anybody to send it to, feel free to fire it at me, announcer@nhra.com. And I've got a few hours on an airplane tomorrow, and I'll spend that time answering emails. Once again, I need my sportsman semifinalists. Sportsman semifinalists, I need you to the staging lanes, please. Oh, somebody sent me a tweet, by the way. I want to say thank you to Jared Rees. The green shirts from Auto Value Parts Stores. That's you guys, right? Auto Value? If you can turn, you ain't going fast enough. I'd buy that. Hey, I love NASCAR. And especially now that they're spending so much time on the road course. But I also love racing with cars that are way too fast to turn. NASCAR guys are up in Michigan this week. That's a racetrack that's almost too fast to turn. Here comes the champ, Matt Hagan. And the challenger, Paul Lee. Matt Hagan locked into the countdown again. He's going to have an opportunity to race for the championship, hoping to win his 4th. For the folks at Mopar, His Dodge Hellcat SRT out of DSR. Did he really just come out of a shoe? Or was that something else? No, that's not a shoe. What did he drop? Paul Lee, McLeod clutches. Even though some of the header flame has taken some of the McLeod, it's like McCole. Okay, now I'm really curious as to what that was he picked up off the racetrack out there. Jim Oberhofer. Jim-O out in front of the car. McLeod FTI. Paul Lee, he said it last time. He got away with one. Did not make a very good run. But ended up getting the win light anyway. If Paul Lee wants to run in the countdown to the championship, he's got to fight his way into the top 10. He's not there yet. .392 beats 391 on a little baby hole shot. Matt Hagan goes 3.928, 327 for the win. Paul Lee goes 3.911, 329 miles an hour, and he comes up 8 thousandths of a second short. 008 at the finish line stripe. Hagan 070, Lee 095, and Matt Hagan holds on by 8 thousandths as we check it out one more time. That's a heck of a drag race if you're Matt Hagan. And that is heartbreak if you're Paul Lee. Paul made a not so good run in the first round, got away with it. Made a very good run this round and didn't. 392, 323 for Matt. And he will come back now and race Bob Tasca in the next round. Before we fire the next pair, let's check in again with Jamie Howe.
Cruz is excited to go on to the semifinals, but you were nervous before that second round matchup with Ron Capps. You haven't run out of the threes all weekend, though. Where does this consistency, where have they found it?
Good team. It's a good team. This is these guys are seasoned. They're well-oiled machine, and we're lucky enough to have them on the team. And Lord knows I've struggled for a few years, but the Snap-on now has a bona fide team we can all be proud of. And yeah, Ron and all the DSR drivers, there's some bad mofos, man. So I had to get up not only for the car, but for the driver. And so we pull that out as a good race all the way down there. But semifinals is it's a fun place to be.
You're one of the drivers that pays attention to the racetrack, and I know you walked it. Tell me what it is about Brainerd International Raceway that makes it so easy to race on.
Well, whoever the construction people that did the actual lay the track did a good job. Here in Topeka, I would say these are the two top surfaces in the country. So hats off to the construction guys that were out here laying it down, because it's nice and flat, it's tight. You see there's sun on the track, but it doesn't matter, guy, we're laying it down out there. So good job.
You know, he mentioned Topeka. If you follow along, there were a lot of the crew chiefs last week that were saying basically the same thing that they say about Brainerd International in the surface, and that is that it acts cooler than it actually is. That's Tim Wilkerson. This is J.R. Todd. And what I mean by that, track temperature is a huge, huge factor in performance in NHRA. That's why the crew chiefs monitor it so closely throughout the course of the day. The track specialists, to get that information, to get it relayed back. If a track temperature is 115 or 122 degrees, you set the track up, you set the car up differently to deal with that. But Topeka and BIR both seem to act about 10 degrees cooler. So what you would do on a 115 degree racetrack someplace else, you treat this place like it's 105 degrees. Maybe don't pay so much attention to the thermometer, and the track will take it. DHL against LRS. Toyota against Ford. CM Roofing. Sealmaster, Mobile One. All over here with Team Top. Diversified Yacht, Curry Transportation, Summit Racing for Team 10. In the last round, these two cars were separated by 1,000th of a second from a performance standpoint. 1,000. .393 beats 392. Stop me if you've heard this. on a little baby hole shot. J.R. Todd goes 3.931. Tim Wilkerson goes 3.929. They were 12 thou apart on the tree. They were 10 thou apart at the finish line. Hey, BIR, but do me a favor before you head out. How about a little appreciation? Every Nitro car came up, went right down the racetrack. Great side-by-side runs. You never knew who was going to win until the light came on. That was one fun round of fuel racing. Every pair to the stripe, solid racing. I'm loving it. They will be back, Top Fuel, at 2:15. That is 1 hour and 3 minutes from now. Top Fuel will be back at 2:15. All right, we need our Lucas Oil semifinalists into the staging lanes, please. Lucas semifinalists, come on down. Let's watch that last one again. The NHRA.TV replay from the far end of the racetrack. 067 light, J.R. Todd. 079, Tim Wilkerson. Both drivers did a good job. JR wins it by a hundo. Great side-by-side race again. Jamie, again.
Semifinals, but you did close up that gap a little bit. What's your mindset now as you look ahead to the U.S. Nationals?
Jamie, it is Camping World Points. You talk to anybody here, and this, for the fans, is going to be what our playoffs. The countdown to the championship is only one more race and we start, and this is what is going to happen. It's going to be like this for 6 races, and it's going to be insane. So, Napa guys, Pennzoil, Gear Wrench, we worked really hard at this tune-up, and we were off just a little bit, but Guido's working on it. We're going to be fine. But I'm telling you, man, that run there against Cruz, it planted me back. There's clutch dust flying. You're hanging on 5Gs, and all of a sudden I just see a little bit of his fender pop. That was like a video game, and you just want to reach out and start helping to get it. So these kinds of close races are what our NHRA fans are going to see coming up.
Even he sounds like a fan when this racing is close and good at that, doesn't it? That's awesome. A little work on the racetrack out there. We got Pro Modified getting ready to head out next. We got Mountain Motor Pro Stock behind him. Then we're going to run our semifinals for our Lucas Oil Sportsman Drag Racing Series. Let's go back to the top end of the racetrack one more time and hear from Jamie Howe.
For J.R. Todd, he now knows going on to the semifinals, you're going to face off against Cruz. He's run well all weekend, but you have a pretty good car behind you also. What can you do at the starting line?
You have to dig deep. Cruz probably has the best car out here this weekend by far. And we're consistent. We just probably need to pick it up a little more, but I don't know. Conditions might change there for the semifinals. But either way, we're gaining points. We're, turning on win lights for DHL, Toyota, Mobil 1. Mala, we had a lot of guests from them out here this weekend. Finished with them on Wednesday, had some fun, and hopefully we can have a little more fun here today.
Getting ready to head into Pro Mod. I want to say thank you again to the folks at Steinar, who are our presenting sponsor this weekend. Almost 75 years of manufacturing experience in the commercial airline sector, 36 years of government contracting. Steinar, #1 source for flight line equipment. Since 1946, they have equipped and helped support American heroes, and they serve our country's leaders, provide assistance for the fastest drag racers and best fans during your air travels. Whether you know it or not, if you're traveling by air, you are a fan of Steinar Corporation. Proud sponsor of this event, based in Bloomington, Prairie, Minnesota. We're glad to have them as supporters of NHRA. Safety Safari taking care of business. Pro Modified is next.
From sunrise to sunset, the new Honda Talon 1000s offer performance and fun for up to 4 passengers. Make that sunrise to sunrise. This is the side-by-side your family has been waiting for. More proof than ever that life is better side by side.
Janice.
What's up, Doug? Hi, Cheryl.
What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. We've been doing it for American racing for over 50 years. Fuel your best.
Are you passionate about motorsports? Are you looking for a career in motorsports? But he loses on a hole shot. Erica Enders is your 2020 Pro Stock World Champion.
I gotta give a lot of credit to my team. I love this life I get to live.
An NHRA launch motorsports careers is what you've been looking for. Find the job you've been dreaming of today with the help of the NHRA. Go to nhra.com/launch today and get on board.
If you want to work on this level of racing, you really need a school like Western Tech.
Antron Brown got me inspired that maybe I can work on
back
my car.
underway
I'm working
again.
on this car.
Our DSR internship with Western Tech is what makes our DSR team.
Tower side. This is going to be Greg Carlisle. So it's Norm and Greg. Greg driving a Ford product, Norm driving a GM product. Better light goes to Greg. 0-2 with a 2. Finish line belongs to Norm. 10:08, 131 miles an hour. The Ford goes at 10:86, 121 miles an hour. Brings up Wally Cronin and Tom Wilkerson. Well, way to go, Wally. 002 green light. 994 for 131 for Wally. Tom goes 865, 158 miles an hour. Brings up Brian Horn and Jason Biscay.
That's what I was thinking.
Biscay out of Rochester, Washington. Horn out of Kent.
All right, BC Super Shifters. Lanes 3 and 4, please. BC Super Shifters, let's go.
Wow, 2000's red light for Biscay. 017 for Horn. Brian goes 1038, 127 miles an hour. Biscay 1162 at 114. Oh, here comes your favorite El Camino, Steve.
Here we go again, Daniel Helgeson. Wheels up, baby. Let's do this. Only thing that'd be cooler is if Dale Green could do a wheel stand like that in his dragster.
No, I don't think Dale wants to do that.
Only dragster I know that used to do really cool wheel stands was a guy by the name of Bill Meropoulos in Comp Eliminator.
And Don Garlitz occasionally.
No, that was a blowover, not a wheel stand.
Oh, that's true. Oh, Daniel, 001 green. Dale Green, 015, not bad either.
All right, here comes Mark Bentley. Currently 6th in the point standings, in a tough spot. Final race of the year, he's number 6. He'd like to stay there. But anything can happen in this final event in the A Street Automotive Gold Cup Championship Series. Races Roger Appleton in his 84 Buick Regal.
Wow, 019 light for the Buick. Is that a V6 turbo?
Yep.
Wow, 960, 137 miles an hour for a V6? Are you kidding me?
All right, here's Freddie Hoffman. Freddie's big event is next weekend, man. Want a race for big money in a bracket-style competition? The Bracket Kings is back for the 3rd year. Over $17,000 was paid out last year. You want to be part of it? Talk to the dude racing that red and white Camaro, Freddie Hoffman. He'll clue you in onto purse structures, answer any questions you might need. All good.
That 55 is not wasting much time getting down there. It runs 827, 163 miles an hour to Freddie's 1015 at 131.
You know, with as many people as have driven this car between Tori Lee and his daughters, I'm assuming, since I saw Tori Lee earlier this morning, it's actually Tori running the dragster today. Against Jim Mabry. Again, looking for BC Super Shifters. Lanes 2 and 3. Or 3 and 4, excuse me. BC Super Shifters, lanes 3 and 4, please.
Again, Tori Lee, tower side. Jim Maybury over in the right lane. Wow, there's a pair to draw through. 003 and a 007. Tori goes 730, 184 miles an hour to the 966 for Jim Maybury, 139 miles an hour.
Man, I sure like this Nova in the right lane.
I sure like the paint job on the dragster.
Yeah, so David Secundi is the driver of the dragster. Jeremy Waterman wheeling the Nova. Hara Washington, yeah.
Hurrah, hurrah, hurrah.
Ray, right when I think you got it, you don't got it. Wow, dueling red lights. 012 red light for David Secundi. 010 red light for Jeremy Waterman. Waterman's Nova 822, 166 miles an hour. For David, 758 at 173. Hey, here's Kevin Rennick. Made a big move up to the number 5 spot in the points after yesterday. Bruce White, number 7. Man, that would be a tough spot to finish the season in. Good news is you're in the top 10. Bad news is you're not in the race of champions because you got to be top 6 for that. However, it's happened more than once where someone in the top 6 can't go to the UT Finals, in which case you take the first alternate, which would be Bruce Weiss if that were to happen. At this point, anyway. We got a lot of racing to get done between now and then, so we're going to need your help. When we call your category, please get there in as quick a fashion as you can. Obviously, with the situation on the racetrack earlier and the cleanup process that took place, we're behind a little bit. So help us out. When we call your category to staging, please get there as quickly as you can. Dave Robbins and Dave Thornton. Thornton Tower side was a little bit red, 008 red in fact. David Thornton still runs 827 and 180 miles an hour. For Dave Robbins, 955 and 135. There's Dallas Glenn racing Robert Strome's car. 0:13 reaction time for the Big D, and I do mean Dallas. Tom McGuire, 808 and 168. So you're right, Ray. He is going to be bracket racing today.
That's what I thought. The big man himself.
All right, Kent Patno's sweet Grand Am Pontiac, ready to take on the dragster of Andy Taylor in a timed run.
So BC shifters, if you're not in the staging lanes, you should be by now.
All right, so Patno's ready, Taylor's ready. Let's do this. Final call, BC Super Shifters, lanes 3 and 4. Final call, BC Super Shifters, lanes 3 and 4. Olympic Ironworks motorcycle, We need you to staging, please. Olympic Ironworks Motorcycle. We need you to staging as well.
So Jake Havens pulls up in the far lane. Wow, 007 tower side. Jake pulls an 02.
007 tower side at 750 on the run. 183 miles an hour. For Jake Havens, 804 and 164. Jace O'Hara rolls in next. The Fiedler's Pro Pump sponsored Shoebox Nova. And Dave Knudsen. No, that's his son. What am I saying, Dave Knudsen? So, in fact, that is Dave Knudsen in his son's car.
Oh.
Wow. All right, then. Well, look at that. They call Olympic Ironworks Motorcycle, and here they are. Sweet. $10.11 for Dave Knudsen. Jace O'Hara, 907 and 146. Bill Beret in the Ace Camaro. A much calmer Bill Beret. Man, I remember back in the day, that thing would pick the wheels up like 4 feet and carry it for like 200 feet down the racetrack. All the while, Bill Beret banging gears. 1044 and 126 for Bill. All right, final car in Super Pro is your points leader, Ian Theophilus. But the plot is thickened in Super Pro. After his big win last night, Super Dave Wakefield moves into the number 2 spot. All right, Mukilteo Powder Coating Sportsman, round 1. Please report to staging. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Mukilteo Powder Coating Sportsman. Round 1, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, please. Ian Theophilus goes 0-18 in reaction time at 8:49 and 1:55 on his run. That's going to put a wrap on time trials for Super Pro. We're now going to jump into the BC Super Shifters program, follow that with Olympic Ironworks Motorcycle, then do a brief pre-race, and right into Sportsman, round 1. Mukilteo Powder Coating Sportsman. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 are open and available for you. Well, into the BC Super Shifters, and I know, if you look at the cars involved in this, there's some neat pieces. Take, for example, if you will, the Impala Tower Side. 409 with a 4-speed. Doesn't get a whole lot cooler than that. John Eastburn wheeling the white car, while Jason Padrante is racing the GTO. Late model iron over in the right lane. And check this out. John Eastburn was 0.19 in reaction time, while Padrante was right with him at 0.16, in fact, a little better. That'll bring up the Young family, Schubach Chevrolet, and Roger Young. And the Graves family, El Camino. With Rich Graves doing the driving. And you know what? I got to admit something here. Although now all my cars are automatics, until last year, I hadn't driven an automatic car in 30 years on a regular basis. So when the BC Super Shifters show up in town, I'm kind of a fan, you know what I mean? I'm a real fan of the Young family and Roger Young. Actually, I guess Chris Young is driving today. 11:34 and 126. For Rich Graves, a little bit of a red light. The El Camino goes 11:65. Just like that, I call Mukilteo Powder Coating Sportsman not once but twice, and look what happens. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 are full of sportsmen for round 1.
Tom Sullivan goes red. And Pat Byron, you don't want to know. Pat goes 858, 155 miles an hour. Sullivan goes 1379. Lynn Bridge, tower sides. Scott Nation over in the right lane. Nation 69 Dart. Lynn tower side, 67 Camaro. Again, 4-speed cars. And some of them might be 5 speeds. Whoa, that was exciting. That's a no one light though. $895, banging 4 gears, maybe 5 gears, 150 miles an hour. Scott goes 931 at 141. So here come the motorcycles, sponsored by Olympic Ironworks. Camille Lamb's tower side, out of Kent. Stacy Hesh over in the right lane, out of Eatonville. So again, the Olympic Ironworks motorcycles on the starting line right now. Wow. Look at Camille, 007. Stacy not bad either, 018. Stacy goes 872, 147 miles an hour. Camille at 1054 to 131. Augustus Oakley, tower side out of Tacoma. And Brandon Hinton, he was the #1 guy in the Olympic Ironworks Series this year. He's over in the right lane. He's out of Spanaway. Well, Brandon goes 08 green, and it looks like Augustus having a little bit of a problem staging. Brings up Mike Evans, tower side. He's out of McKenna. And Tom Misfeld over in the right lane. He's out of Auburn. Wow, 009 from Misfeld. Evans goes 01 with a 2.
Thank you, Joe.
Misfeld 913, 150 miles an hour. Mike Evans 1037 at 138 miles an hour. Brings up the last pair of Olympic Ironworks motorcycles for this session. That's Wesley Walker over in the right lane. He's out of Covington. Robley Evans, tower side, out of Kent. At the stripe first is 875 for Walker. Evans goes 908, 148 miles an hour, a pair at 148 mile an hour. Brings up Augustus Oakley. And I stand corrected, this is the last bike going down this session. Oakley goes 1181, 139 miles an hour.
Well, with the final run for Augustus Oakley completed, you know what time it is, right? Time for first round, almost. First, I want to touch on a couple of things. First of all, if you haven't visited the Thunderdome Car Museum display over in the pits, you definitely should. They're raffling off a 1970 Nova Pro Street car. They're only going to sell 3,000 tickets total. Each ticket is $20. 100% of the proceeds go to support the Epilepsy Foundation of Washington, so it's a worthwhile cause. You should head over there and buy a ticket. Ray and I both did, because your odds are good, because they're limiting ticket sales to 3,000 only. Yesterday, the gentleman that was in charge of the raffle said that they were at about 1,300 sold so far. So they're almost halfway to their goal of selling 3,000 tickets. Once the 3,000 tickets are sold, they will determine the date of the ticket draw. You can follow along on the Thunderdome Car Museum Facebook page or on their Instagram if you want to keep informed as to when the raffle will actually take place. I'll also post it on my Facebook page when that information becomes available. In addition to that, we get into first round today, that next weekend is the 3rd annual Bracket Kings Showdown presented by Freddie Hoffman and Pacific Raceways. Last year, they paid out over $17,000, with Super Pro winner Kevin Rennick taking home $5,000 of that. Pro Bracket winner Alan Macham, $3,560 in Pro. In Sportsman, Gary Howe Jr., $1,750. And in Motorcycle, last year, Stacy Hesh, $650. That's all in cash, sports fans. So if you want more information on Freddie Hoffman's event next weekend, go talk to Freddie in the pits. In addition to all of that, I do know that Frank Nelson Jr. is promoting a King of Kings at the Bracket Kings next weekend, where the winner in Super Pro, Pro, Sportsman, and Motorcycle will race off for the King of Kings Championship. On the line, courtesy of Pacific Power Batteries and Frank Nelson Jr., an additional $1,000 in cash. So a big bracket racing weekend next weekend here at Pacific Raceways, as once again, it'll be the 3rd annual Bracket Kings Showdown. If you want information, contact Freddie Hoffman in the pits or in the staging lanes or wherever you might be at the moment. Now that I've given you the updates on everything, this is the final A Street Automotive Gold Cup Championship Series event of the year. And literally, in most of the classes, it all comes down to literally this. And I'll steal a phrase from Dallas Glenn, who is actually racing here this weekend. If you don't know, Dallas Glenn got his start racing here at Pacific Raceways. Now he races in Pro Stock for Rad Torque Systems, and he's hot off a win last weekend in Topeka. In a conversation yesterday, Dallas and I were discussing bracket racing. He says, all I want to do is be better than the person in the other lane, round after round. So having said all that, good luck, everyone. We'll conclude the pre-race ceremonies with the playing of both the Canadian and U.S. national anthems. So if you would all please stand, and gentlemen, if you could remove your hats, we will begin with the playing of the Canadian national anthem as a tribute to our neighbors to the north, as they're probably watching on the live feed.
Our home and native land, true patriot love, in all our sons' command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land, glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Please remain standing for the playing of our own national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare the bombs bursting in air, it through the night, that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free, and the home of the brave.
All right, that's going to complete our pre-race ceremonies. It's time to go racing in round one of Mukilteo Powder Coating Sportsman in the season finale.
First pair out, Rick Green, Tower Side, 94 Mustang. He's out of Kent. He's dialed at 1260. Candy Cadwell driving the 77 American Motors Pacer wagon. She's out of Covington, not too far away. She's dialed 1803, gets a big head start. First pair out, and here we go. We're underway.
Here we go. It's Rick Green. It's Candy Caldwell.
Wow, Rick Green takes a win light. Reaction time advantage by a big margin went to Candy, but the win light goes to Rick Green with a 1280. Maggie Biscay coming forward. Travis Zimmerman. Easy for you to say.
And we won't have to say it anymore.
No, not today.
Because he red lit.
So the win light's going to go to Maggie Biscay. Dialed at 1523, takes a win with a 1519.
All right. Here's Kenny Olyde O'Keefe. He's in a tough spot, the number 4 position in the points. And has to reckon with Rick Childs in his Corvette. Now, Olyde O'Keefe is the quicker car in this matchup, dialed 1206. Rick Childs, 1366 dialed, is going to get the head start. Of course, Kenny wants to thank Pearson Chiropractic, Sunrise Dental, Budget Blinds, and Federal Way Automotive for their support.
Win light goes to Kenny O'Keefe. He had better reaction time, cuts an 07 on the starting line, dials at 12:06 and goes 12:01 for the win. Or 12:11 for the win. Steve Ryland, tower side, out of Vashon Island, dialed 12:34. Jeff Hattenberg over in the right lane, 65 fair lane, dialed 15:83. So the win goes to Steve Ryland, takes the win on the double breakout, breaks out for the least amount, so he's the winner. Logan Esquerdo, tower side, 91 Camaro, dialed 12:58. Sean Langley in the right lane, 12:92 is the dial. Langley takes the win light with a 12:96 on a 12:92 dial. Also had the reaction time advantage on the starting line. Brings up Gordon Rust over in the right lane. Gordon dialed 12 flat, giving away the head start to Barry Hammond. One of these cars has a really nice light. But he does not take the stripe. He double breakout. Hammond had a 003 in a starting line, gave it away at the finish line with a breakout. Gordon Rust takes the win. Michael Webster, tower side. Tony Childs in the right lane. Childs out of Marysville. Childs breaks out, gives the win to Webster here in the tower side. 12:12 on a 12:12. Wow, that's nice. Right on his dial-in with a 0. Brings up Larry DeCamp. Charles Welke. Larry way out in front. Can he hang on to that lead? I think he can. I think he's gonna. I think he does. Dials 12:10, goes 12:15. Brings up Nick Douglas and Chris Smith. Or Craig Smith, pardon me. Looking for Provac Pro. Provac Pro, come on down. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. We have a pair of red lights on the starting line, but the win goes to Craig Smith. He was closer to going green. He has 002 red lights, so he is closer to going green. So Craig Smith will come back for another round. So Provac Pro, we're looking for you in the staging lanes, please, pronto. Wesley Walker, Tower Side. 2013 Power Stroke pickup truck. Michael Condon over in the right lane in the Dodge pickup truck also. And a Power Stroke goes red on the starting line. Automatic winning for Condon. Brings up Wayne Douglas. Michaela over in the right lane. Michaela out of Spanaway. 1310's the dial. 1344 for Wayne. Win light goes on for Douglas. 1353 winning time on a 1344 dial. Just want to make a reminder, when you're called today, please come as soon as you can because we working on a 5 o'clock curfew. So if you want to finish this race, please come when we call you. And thank you, Pro Bracket, for arriving so promptly. So Kelly Thomas takes the win. He breaks out. But Chris Crane red lit it by 2 thousandths on the starting line over in the other lanes. So Kelly Thomas will be back for another round of eliminations. Patrick Condon, right-hand lane. Pardon me. He's over here in the tower lane. He's out of Maple Valley.
Super Pro. Yeah, I guess he talked.
So Michael Vonasak over in the right lane, he's dialed 1297 to the 1207 of Patrick here on the tower side. Condon takes the win light with a 1215, 101 miles an hour. Steve Hagan coming forward with his Jeep. He's dialed 1343. Aaron Vonasak over in the right lane, dialed 1374. This is Buckley versus Everett. Win light goes to Hagan. Steve was late on the starting line, but he takes the win light anyway. Abby Hagan dialed 1245. Jason over in the right lane dialed 1210. Abby goes 005 green and does not get the win light. Right lane goes 1210 on a 1210 dial for the win. Micah Guerrero over in the right lane. Holly Graves, tower side. Holly out of Puyallup. Mike out of SeaTac. It's 13-17 to a 12 flat dial. Mike takes it with a 12. While he dials 12 flat, he goes 12 flat with a 1.
How about it? A perfect light. Triple O, perfect light, 772 and 141. Whoever that masked man was, he got a perfect light.
Not only that, he went 772.
Right, at 141 miles an hour. Driver of that Firebird should probably come upstairs and collect a Perfect Light Club decal.
Hey, Ward.
Courtesy of A Street Automotive.
Had Rick Gillette or Rob
Gillette.
Rob Gillette up here earlier, so Perfect Light Award is available if you have an ET slip to prove it.
All right, so Eric Burge and Martin Koski. Burge in the Malibu, Koski in the Dart. Head start in the matchup's going to go to the white car. Martin Koski, 1040 dialed. To a 998 dial for Burge in the door handleless Malibu. Oh no, and Martin Koski going red. Eric Burge is like, I'll take that.
Brings up Rick Green here in the tower side.
And Jace O'Hara. 63 Orange Nova. Jacer the Racer. Big head start for Rick Green. And here comes Jace. Trying to run him down. Here he comes. And double breakout. Win to Rick Green in the Mustang. 1257 on the 1260 dial. Closer was Rick Green than Jace O'Hara, who selected a 905 dial and went 901 in the loss. Boy, it was close though. Margin of victory for Rick Green on the double breakout, 57 ten-thousandths of a second. Here's Roger Gage and Jerome Feltman. Jerome in the Malibu, Roger driving the truck. Ten-second pickup truck. A winning 10-second pickup truck. 1059 on the 1050 dial. Good for the win. Jerome's out in round one, and here comes a big matchup between Mike Breno and Brian Horn. Horn had led the points in pro bracket the entire season until yesterday. Now he's number 2. He needs this win in a desperate way.
Matching cars, too.
Not going to be easy, though. Mike Breno's a good racer. He's from Vashon Island.
Here comes Brian. Brian in hot pursuit.
It is Brian Horn, 1039 on the 37 dial. Man, that was a big dodge of a bullet for Brian Horn. Mike Breno had Brian Horn dead to rights in the reaction time department. Breno was 009. Brian was 036 in reaction time, but Breno breaks out, so Brian Horn remains alive. That sets up the big fella, Dustin Ward, and Rick Lundvall in the Malibu. Dustin in the Dart. 993 dial Dart, in fact, versus the 980 dialed Lundvall in the Malibu. Sportsman ladders being posted downstairs right now.
Dustin Ward's coming back again. He goes at 12:01 for the win.
Ken Ward and Al Meyer. Meyer and the Provac sponsor GTO, 1042 dialed. Ken Ward, 1168 dialed. Dodge Challenger. Win to Al Meyer. The GTO remains alive, and man, what a margin of victory for Al Meyer. 1/10,000th of a second. Closest race of the day. 1/10,000th margin of victory. All right, Angela Peterson rolls the wagon to the ready line to face the lemon wedge, and it's driver Gary Ensrud. Ensrud dials the yellow car at 11:14. Angie in the wagon dials 11:68. Angie's out in front, but it won't be for long. Here's Ensrud right next to her. Top end, it is Ensrud. 11:17 on the 11:14. The Plymouth is coming back. Say hello to the lemon wedge in round number 2. All right, Dave Larson and Dan Whelan. Larson's Nova, Whelan's truck. Well, big lead for the Nova, but here comes Whelan with the truck. And got him. 10:47, 1:18. Whelan's moving the truck to round number 2. Scott Ordley, beautiful 66 Chevelle. And Barry Hobson in the Pontiac Tempest. All right, Barry Hobson putting the Tempest into the second round. 11:27 on the 26 dial, good to go. Here's Fast Freddie Hoffman, the Bracket Kings organizer, and my buddy Russell Lopman. It's nice to see Christina, and I got to meet Baby Rose for the first time this weekend. Russell Lopman, gunning for the number 6 spot or better, right now finds himself in the number 7 spot. And a tough draw in round 1, Freddie Hoffman. This should be a dandy. It's Freddie. 10:14 on the 10:14. Dead on 4 is Freddie Hoffman. Almost said Russell Hoffman.
You're ready to change his name, aren't you? Roger Wren's coming up. And Daryl Oldergaard.
Daryl Odegaard and Roger Renz. And Roger unfortunately goes red. Thank you to Roger Renz, his wife, and his dog for buying Ray and us hamburgers for lunch today. That was nice.
It was really good.
So Odegaard will advance in the love truck. Roger Renz, unfortunately, because of the red light, is out in round 1. Little Shoebox Nova coming up next. This is Andy Rackus and Brian Morris in the El Camino.
And that looks like recently painted yellow.
Looks good. I like it.
It looks good. Nice and clean. And a pair of red lights. Win goes to Rackus. Red lights, but at least amount. So Brett Irely, he's in the Tower Side, 27 Roadster, taking on Rick Childs out of Marysville, dialed 1369. Brett dialed 917. Irely breaks out. Wow, only breaks out by 6 thousandths. Rick Childs coming back, though. Runs 1370. Wheel stand and Holgerson. Look at that El Camino go. El Camino takes it. He dials at 939, goes 947 for the win.
Okay, thank you.
Well, here comes Van Cleve. Taking on Kenny O'Keefe. This is going to be a close race. Kenny O'Keefe and Jim Van Cleve. 72 Maverick taking on a 69 Malibu.
Kenny trying to move up in the points. Right now, number 9. He needs this round win, and he's not going to get it on a double breakout. James Van Cleve moving on and moving up. Number 8 versus number 9. Won by number 8 in the points. Jim Van Cleve.
So next pair up, we have a 68 Camaro driven by Joel Dolke. Over in the right lane, it's going to be Bill Betts. Dolke out of Olympia, Betts out of Auburn.
For those of you keeping track at home or by way of the live feed, 2 out of the top 10 have already fallen in round 1 of Pro. Just saying.
Well, Betts goes right on the starting line. Joel's going to take the win. 04 reaction time. Dials a 998 and he runs a 991. But he takes the win. Here comes Mike Summer and David Knudsen.
Cornwell Tools High School. We need you to staging, please. Cornwell Tools High School. Please report to staging. All right, Jeff Eason and Kenny Reeves. Reeves in the Avenger, the Dodge, and Jeff Eason in the red Mustang. Love it. Staging duel. It's Eason moving on. Ken Reeves knocked out round 1 by way of the breakout. 908 on the 910. Brings up Tony Childs in his Camaro. and Craig Smith in his Camaro. Now for Craig Smith, this is a pivotal opening round. He comes in fourth in the points in pro. Dials the green car at $12.95. Tony Childs, not really a player in the points, but would love to pull off an upset here in the silver car over on the Cornwell Tools side. Craig Smith staging carefully. Good news is everybody's clean and green. Craig Smith out in front, but here comes Tony Childs. Almost up and alongside him at 1,000 feet. Finish line winner is Craig Smith. Here's Steve Hagan in the Jeep. And Jerry Bertolotti in the Chevelle. Talked to Steve and Abby yesterday. They said, hey, we're going to Woodburn, baby. Let's do this for the ET Finals. Yeah, this morning when I drove in on the entrance road, the Hagen camp was right there on the corner. So I said hello as I drove by Camp Hagen. It's Jerry Bertolotti, 9:51, dead on 8. Is Bertolotti on his dial. Steve Hagen broke out. I don't say this too often, but Merry Christmas, Jerry Bertolotti. You'll know why when you pick up your time slip.
Here comes Rick Graves, Tower Side, El Camino, 1180 dialed. Racing Ralph Mueller in the Camaro, dial 1093.
Final call, Cornwell Tools High School. Final call, Cornwell Tools High School. First call, Puget Sound Petroleum Super Pro. Super Pro, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 are open for you. Please line up at the crosswalk.
So Sean Langley taking on Scott Loosley. And who's ahead? Wow, double breakout. Scott Loosley takes the win. 1088 takes the win on a 1089 dial. You know, only under by 2 thou.
You gotta love it. See the Nova in the right lane on the Cornwell Tools side?
Yeah.
I don't know how many times he purged the nitrous, but all good. You got to do what you got to do, you know what I mean? Against Aaron Udlin, the late model Dodge Challenger.
Well, the nitrous did the job. He broke out, but he broke out by the least amount, so he's going to be back. Super Pro, we're looking for Super Pro. Puget Sound Petroleum sponsored Super Pro. Come on down.
Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, please.
Patrick Condon, Tower Side. Monte Carlo over in the right lane. John Blonsky. Anyway, Condon takes the win. 11:56 on an 11:53 takes the win. Pair of Mopars in the starting line. That would be Nick Douglas, Tower Side, dial 1252. And Stephen Ryland over in the right lane. Or Stefan. Just separated by 1/1000ths on the starting line. And Douglas breaks out. So Ryland takes the win with a 12:37. Here comes Abby Hagen and Brian Giddings.
Brian Giddings, after winning yesterday, took over the points lead. Now let's see what he can do with it, since he's now the leader in the clubhouse. Not going to be easy. Abby Hagen's enjoying her most successful season behind the wheel of the green car, racing in 2 classes. Abby trying to pull off an upset here. Can she? Will she? Or will it be Brian Giddings, the former division champ? It's Giddings. 12:31 on the 12:30 dial. Abby broke out, and she's going to be bummed. She broke out by 7 stinking thousandths of a second. Ouch.
Gordon Rust, right lane, Tower Side. That'd be Martin Condon. I was going to say it's a Mopar versus Chevrolet.
This is going to be a tough draw. Gordon Rust is protecting the number 6 spot in the points. Martin Condon, number 10 right now. Condon desperately needs this, but so does Gordon Rust. Who's going to take it, number 10 or number 6 in the points? Timers say winner is, on a double breakout, Gordon Rust.
Okay, here comes Wayne Douglas, Tower Side, 68 Dart. And Mike Guerrero.
It's pronounced Aguayo.
Good call.
At least I think.
Wayne Douglas takes the win light, 13:46 on a 13:46. Here comes the ace. He's here on the Tower Side. He's taking on that Barracuda over in the right lane. That would be Kelly Thomas. Kelly Thomas taking on the Barracuda.
Man, isn't this a return to Kelly Thomas's roots? He owns another Barracuda Formula S.
Well, look at the smoke out of... Wow. The ace smoking a little bit. And Kelly Thomas breaks out. Goes a 12.23 on a 12.26 dial. Bummer. The ace coming back for another round of eliminations.
Man, you got to feel for a guy like Tim Sipe. Cut a perfect light, waited patiently for Ray to come back. Don't never know if they connected so that Tim could get his perfect light club sticker. Second one he's gotten this year. He waited all round, hoping he'd get the single because he had the perfect light, but it was not to be, as he has to race Roger Appleton in the red Buick. So Tim Sipe, the ever patient one, waited for Ray, never got his decal. Waited for the single and never got it. And now, to add insult to injury, he's a first round runner up.
Wind goes to Appleton. Runs right on his dial and with a 4.
All right, round 1 of Cornwell Tools High School. Logan E. Squardo and yesterday's winner, Mitch Condon, getting ready to get after it. I'm not saying that the Cornwell Tools High School category is locked up, but Ryan Warnke's got a commanding lead with Mitch Condon, rather, in second place. So Mitch definitely needs this win for any hope at a high school championship, and it is not to be. Wow. Mitch Condon out. Here comes the aforementioned Ryan Warnke in the silver Nissan. Your points leader. Well, on that single, Ryan's 021 green. Little Nissan runs 1655 on his 65 dial in. A full 10th there, Sonny boy. Okay, once the racetrack shuffle is complete, we head to Super Pro.
And while we have a little quiet, I just want to remind you, we had a little downtime today. We have a 5 o'clock curfew. When we call you, please promptly come to the staging lane so we can finish this race tonight.
So it's still game on in Pro Bracket for those of you following along. 3 drivers within the top 10 fell in round 1, setting the stage for what should be a very, very interesting opening round of Puget Sound Petroleum Super Pro competition coming up next. All right. Round 1, Puget Sound Petroleum Super Pro. Coming at you. First pair. Greg Carlisle in the Mercury Zephyr. And the one and only Jim Mayberry.
Carlisle dialed 1075, gets the head start. Mayberry 965 has to do the chasing, and here we go. This is the first pair out in Super Pro.
And how about Mayberry, number 9 in the points, right out of the gate? Wow, Greg Carlisle goes red. Jim Mayberry on to round 2.
Well, Mayberry, let's say it how it is. Mayberry with a 006 in the starting line. Nice run. And look at, that's a 7,000s package.
I was waiting for you to add that up quick, Ray.
Here comes Emmett McKillop, the ageless one. 884 for Emmett. Ron Norris, 887. Boy, this ought to be close. Door car and a dragster, almost the same ET. Reaction time went to Ron Norris. Win light went to Ron Norris because a 001 on the starting line runs a 889 on a 887 dial for the win. Eric Berg, tower side, dialed 998. Mark Bentley in the Corvette dialed 1017. The Corvette leaves the starting line first.
Mark Bentley definitely needs this win. He was number 5 coming into the race weekend, got bumped down to number 6 after yesterday, and he's not going to improve. He gets knocked out and is the first casualty in the top 10. So number 6 player, Mark Bentley, now gone.
Andy Collins, tower side in a Mustang, taking on Wally Cronin's 71 Dart. Well, guess who's returning? Wally Cronin, 006 green light. Beats an 01 red light. Dials a 95, goes a 96.
I'll tell you what, if you like drama and intrigue, how about this? Ian Theopolis has led the points the entire season. And he has to race Shane Amel into Malibu. The recent graduate of the Junior Drag Racing League, trying to capture his first track championship in a full-size car here at Pacific Raceways. Standing in his way, round number 1 today, Shane Amel. Worst reaction time of the matchup was an 019. Here comes Ian. It's Ian. Shane Amel unable to hold him off. Ian Theopolis runs 8:55 on his 53 dial. It was close though. Wasn't like Shane wasn't trying. Margin of victory 36 ten-thousandths of a second at the finish line stripe. Yikes.
Fred Irely, tower side, 27 Roadster. Jerome Feltman, 1980 Malibu, 1030s the dial to a 916 dial, doing the catch-up. And it's going to be Feltman, 01 reaction time, and it's green. Dials at 1030, goes at 1018 for the win. Dave Secundi, tower side. Tom Wilkerson over in the right lane. 831 for Tom. Dave goes 759 on the dial in. Secundi all the way from the other side of the mountain. He comes from Ellensburg. Secundi takes the win, 765 on a 759 dial and a 04 reaction time on his starting line. Here comes Randy Brown taking on Kevin Youngs. Young's in the Anglia. Brown in the Camaro. Brown out first. And Brown the winner. 905 on a 904 for Brown as Young's break out.
Randy Spritshine Brown for the win. All right, it doesn't get a whole lot more tactical than this or more interesting than this. Brian Horn and Dave Wakefield going head-to-head Number 4 in the points in Horn. Number 2 in the points, Dave Wakefield.
You're talking about interesting. I'm paying attention.
Boy, I tell you what, if you don't pay attention to this pair, you're doing something wrong. Brian Horn inching in carefully in the Dodge. Everybody clean and green. Is it Wakefield or Horn at the finish line? It's Wakefield. 9:55 on the 54 dial. David had the better reaction time, 0:25 to Brian's 0:57 in the loss. Even though Brian Horn ran right on his dial in, it still wasn't enough. Both number 1 and number 2 in the points remain alive.
Here comes Jason Biscay, tower side, 68 Mustang dials, 1161. Dragster over in the right lane, 714's the dial.
Biscay right now outside the top 10, number 12. Love to move up. Needs a round win right here to begin with.
Double breakout. Reaction time advantage to the dragster. Finish line says the dragster takes the win. Tori Lee, tower side, taking on John Theophilus. Theophilus driving a 68 Nova. 1002 is the dial. Tori Lee dialed 729.
All right, going to go ahead and call BC Super Shifters round 1 to the staging lanes. BC Super Shifters. The staging lanes, please. I'm also going to call Olympic Ironworks Motorcycle as well. BC Super Shifters, lanes 3 and 4, also calling Olympic Ironworks Motorcycle.
Right, last pair down, Tori Lee, 006 in the starting line. He also takes the finish line with a 731.
Wasn't like John Theophilus wasn't trying. He was 012 green in reaction time, but broke out at the finish line.
Just a little fast by a couple hundredths at the finish line.
Another important matchup coming up here with Mark Henges and Michaela Qualm. Henges right now number 3 in the points. He was number 2 coming into the weekend. He desperately needs an opening round victory. Michaela Hench isn't going to make this easy. Top end, it is Mark Henches. So how about it? Up to this point in Super Pro, only one driver in the top 10 has fallen. That is Mark Bentley.
There comes Dave Thornton. He's out of another car out of Ellensburg, and John Berger out of Yakima. Two guys from the other side of the mountain. And in this case, the door car giving away the head start to the dragster.
All right, how about this one? Bruce White and Kevin Rennick. A pivotal matchup in the top 10. Somebody's going to go away. Is it Kevin Rennick, number 5, or Bruce White, number 7? If Bruce White can win this round, he may be able to move into the number 6 spot and may get an invite to the Race of Champions. Rennick is number 5 in the points. It's a double breakout, and it is Kevin Rennick. So Bruce White's hopes for a top 6 finish and that invite to the Race of Champions on Labor Day weekend of the ET Finals is unlikely unless someone ahead of him decides to bow out.
So here comes Dale Green and Jake Havens. Havens out of Covington, Dale Green out of Pacific. Dale dialed 834, Havens dialed 803. Guess who leaves first? Dale Green.
Jake Havens has got a lot of experience racing on a motorcycle. But he followed in his dad's footsteps and said, hey, maybe a dragster's my thing. I don't know if he still has the bike or not. Be a feather in Jake Havens' cap if he could beat Dale Green, who's a 3-time Division 6 champ. And guess what? It just happened. Jake Havens straps a 18,000th package win on Dale Green. Dale broke out trying to stay with him. So it is Jake Havens moving on and not Dale Green.
Darren Van Dyst over in the right lane. The Chevy 2 here in the tower side, Jeremy Waterman.
Again, we're looking for BC Super Shifter. BC Super Shifter, lanes 3 and 4. Olympic Iron Works motorcycle to staging as well. Olympic Iron Works motorcycle. BC Super Shifters, we need you in the lanes if you're not already there, please.
So Waterman getting a head start. 822 dial to the 790 dial. Wow, wind goes to Waterman, tower side, 822 on the 822 with a 6. Here's Tom McGuire. He's out of Yakima. We got a lot of people from the other side of the mountains here today. And Roger Appleton over in the right lane. He's out of Bremerton. That's the other side of the pond. Appleton takes it. McGuire breaks out. Breaks out by, wow, 1,000. Zach Piston, tower side, out of Mount Vernon. Driving the 55 wagon. Dave Knutson over in the right lane. So Zach Liston takes the win with an 829.
BC Super Shifters, you can pull forward now. Final call, BC Super Shifters. Final call, motorcycle.
Here's Dallas Glenn on the starting line. Have you heard that name before, Dallas Glenn? He's right here in the starting line.
Nope, don't know the guy.
Oh, I know him. He's driving a 93 Mustang today? That's not his normal ride, is it?
That's Robert Strome's bracket car.
Oh, we forgot the other guy in the other lane, Dave Robbins, 27 Ford.
So here's Dallas Glenn's opportunity to follow along with his words. He just wants to be better than the guy in the other lane.
He takes the win. He was late on the starting line, but he made up for it at the finish line. 950 takes the win on a 949 dial.
Mukilteo Powder Coating Sportsman, please report to staging for round number 2. Mukilteo Powder Coating Sportsman, for round number 2, we need you, and please stop at the crosswalk at the back of the lanes. Freddie Hobman, moving on. Once again, Mukilteo Powder Coating Sportsman, please stop at the crosswalk, but prepare yourselves for round number 2. Once again, Mukilteo Powder Coating Sportsman, we do need you to staging. Please stop at the crosswalk at the back of the lanes. Quick check at the very top end of the racetrack. We have called Mukilteo Powder Coating Sportsman to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. We want them to stop at the back at the staging lanes at the crosswalk, though, just for a moment or two, as we'll clear out lanes 3 and 4 once we get through with BC Super Shifters.
Ken Patrode over in the right lane. Another car from Yakima. Boy, a lot of cars from Yakima and Ellensburg today. Jace O'Hara here in the tower side. He's from Lake Tapps. 902 versus a 780. Chase O'Hara takes the win. 9:14 on a 9:02 takes the win this time. Looks like Daniel Holgerson getting a single. Odd number of cars in the class. So Daniel getting a single with the El Camino. Watch the El Camino. Dials 938, runs 939.
Okay, into BC Super Shifter next. Final call for Mukilteo Powder Coating Sportsman round number 2 to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Here comes the Super Shifters. John Eastbound driving a 62 Chevrolet. Tower side, it's Rich Graves. 67 El Camino. It's hard to tell which one has 4-speed, which one has a 5-speed, unless you count. Sometimes it's hard to count. These guys shift so well. So the 62 Chev of John Eastburn takes the win with a 10:01. Scott Nation, right lane. Jason Petranti, tower side out of Federal Way. He's dialed 1208. Nation dialed 929. Well, Jason goes red on the starting line. Scott takes the win. 9:29's the dial. Winning time is a 9:31. Brings up Chris Young in a 57 Chevy. Taking on Tom Sullivan. Sullivan out of Bremerton. Young out of Kent. So a 73 Camaro taking on a 57 Chevy. 1068 dial to a 1389 dial. Winlight goes to the 57 Chevy on a double breakout. Breaks it out by the least amount. 1061 on a 1068 takes the win. Pat Byron in right lane in the Chevy Nova. Lynn Brunch, Tower Side, 67 Camaro. Better reaction time, Tower Side. Also Winlight, Tower Side, 897 on a winning run, 150 miles an hour. Here we go, motorcycles. Sponsored by Olympic Ironworks. Rob Lee Evans, Tower Side. Stacy Hesh over in the right lane. Hesh out of Eatonville. Evans out of Kent. Stacy giving away the head start.
Just like the other classes, the points chasing motorcycle, tough. Robley Evans number 2, and Stacy Hesh number 3 in the points. Win to Stacy Hesh. Robley Evans bows out round 1. The number 2 player in the points is gone.
Augustus Oakley, Tower Side, taking on Tom Misfeld.
Just a heads up, Super Pro Ladder's on its way to the window downstairs. just so you know, Pro Shop's closing at 2. If you want to get the limited edition Dallas Glen sweatshirts, t-shirts, you got till 2 o'clock. So you got about 35 minutes to make a purchase if you want something at the Pro Shop.
Mike Evans takes the win light, 10:43 on a 10:36 dial. He leaves a 006 green light on the starting line. Brandon Hinton over in the right lane. Brandon #1 in points in the Wednesday night Olympic Ironworks racing, taking on Camille Lambs, dial 1030 here in the tower side. The Brandon's 969 dial, and Brandon is the win.
It was Camille Labs, Ray, not Lambs.
So round 2, Sportsman, Maggie Biscay, tower side. Patrick Condon over in the right lane. Condon dialed 1420. Biscay dialed 1520. Exactly 1 second head start for Condon. Oh, no, for Biscay, pardon me. So can Biscay hold on? Has a 2,000th advantage. Win light goes to Condon. There are only 2,000 separating them on the starting line. Here comes Kenny O'Keefe and Craig Smith, number 4 and number 7.
Here you go, Ray. Now you got it. All right, I'm going to call Provac Pro to the staging lanes, please. Round 2, Provac Pro, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Wow, Kenny's out of here. Craig Smith laid it on him. 005 on the starting line. Dials a 90 and runs a 90 with an 8. Wow.
Kenny doesn't get to leave the light on for him. Battle of the Mikes, Mike Webster and Mike Aguayo. It's Webster. Steve Hagan and Larry DeCamp. Wow, wouldn't it be something? Larry DeCamp is your sportsman points leader. Steve Hagan, number 15 in those valuable points at the moment. Provac Pro, come on.
Wow, Steve Hagan breaks out, gives the win to Larry DeCamp, who is number 1 and still number 1 apparently.
Yep, he keeps marching on. He's on to round number 3.
He runs dead on his dial-in.
Well, he got to number 1 somehow.
Yeah, I guess it shouldn't surprise me, huh?
That's exactly what I was thinking, and that's exactly what you said. Perfect. Kelly Thomas, back driving a Formula S Barracuda. Who knew? And Mitch Condon. Neither of these guys involved in the points in the sportsman division.
So Condon takes the win. 15:52 and a 15:51 takes a win for Condon. Wow, Steve Ryland and Rick Green going at it, and it's really tight. It's going to be Rick Green coming back. Dials a 58 and runs a 58 with an 8.
Final pair in sportsman, Ray. Sean Langley and Jason Padranti. Okay, getting ready for Provac Pro. We're going to do a little on-track shuffle with the tractor, and then we go Provac Pro round 2.
Roger Gage driving a pickup truck here in the Tower Side, a Silverado at that. Taking on Rick Childs in the Corvette. So Cornwell Tools, high school, lane 6. Come on down, high school.
I love Roger Gage's truck. This thing's sweet.
It's fast, too.
Full-size truck going 1040.
Factory motor? No. Well, he takes a win with a 1043 and a 1040 dial and a 007 at the starting line. So Cornwell Tool High School, lane 6. Eric Berg, Tower Side, 64 Chevelle. Gary Ensrod in the 67 Plymouth.
Wow. Gary Ensrud never looked back. But he still won. All good. Due to the red light start. Puget Sound Petroleum Super Pro. Round 2. Please head this way and remember you're on a ladder this round. Puget Sound Petroleum Super Pro. To the back of the staging lanes, you're on a ladder. Pat Condon, Rich Graves. El Camino Graves, Firebird of Condon.
Graves goes red. Automatic win for Condon. Dials at 1150. Runs at 1148 for the win. Neil Chinook over in the right lane, tower side, is Daryl Ogleguard. Wow. Oh, and a red light for the Chinook. Daryl, automatic winner.
Hey, Ray. That's pronounced Chinook. Not Chinook. All right, Dustin Ward and Brian Horn. Horn wants the points lead back, but it isn't going to be easy against Dustin Ward. Wow. Going to be a dandy. They're separated by 7 thousandths in reaction time. Top end, winner, winner, chicken dinner, double breakout style. Brian Horn on to round 3.
That helped.
Speaking of championship implications, here's the guy that's been a champion here at this racetrack many times, Scott Loosely. And he races Al Meyer in Provac Pro with the Provac sponsored GTO. Puget Sound Petroleum Super Pro. We need you to the back of the lanes, and you are on a ladder.
Oh, Al Meyer goes red on the starting line. He gives it to Scott Loosely. Winning time, 1083 for the winner. Andy Rackus, tower side. Jim Van Cleve over in the right lane.
Van Cleve's got a shot at climbing into the top 6. I don't know, though. Will Jim Van Cleve go to the ET Finals?
Why not?
I know you're going, so why wouldn't he go?
Well, he's climbing a ladder. Cuts an 01. Goes 1038 for the win. Dan Weiland driving an S10 pickup. Joel Dulke, tower side, 993 dial. Weiland takes a win, 1020 on a 1014 dial. Watch the El Camino. This is Stevie's car. Mike Sumner, tower side, 66 Chevy 2. Daniel Holgerson driving the El Camino. And the El Camino will be back again. Got a 007 on the starting line for the win. And he runs right on the dial in with a 4. Oh, this ought to be interesting. Pair of Camaros, 67 and a 69. Bill Beret, tower side, better known as the Ace, taking on Fred Hoffman. Double breakout, and Hoffman takes the win.
All right, Wayne Douglas and Jerry Bertolotti. Double breakout. Bertolotti moving on with the Chevelle and not Wayne Douglas.
Jeff Eason over in the right lane. He's out of Mukilteo. And Craig Smith here in the tower side.
Another pivotal matchup. Craig Smith needs this round win to keep moving along, and right now he's fourth in the points. Jeff Eason's number 11. He would like this win too, hoping for a top 10 finish this year. But he won't get it because he goes 006 red. So Eason is out. Craig Smith still in the game, and Rick Green moves in with the Mustang to face the Pontiac. I don't know if that's a GTO or a Tempest. A Barry Hobson. Super Pro, you can move forward if you're paired up and ready. Super Pro, go ahead and pull forward to the front of the lanes if you're paired up and ready.
Brian Giddings, 67 Tempest, right-hand lane. Tower side, it's Gordon Rust.
Brian Giddings, the new points leader after yesterday, and Gordon Rust, who's number 6, going head-to-head. Double breakout, and how about that Gordon Rust getting it done? Brian Giddings moved into the points lead after yesterday's victory, but is gone in round number 2 now.
Roger Appleton driving a Buick over in the right lane. Tower side, it's Stephen Ryland. 67 Cornet.
BC Super Shifters, we need you in lanes 3 and 4, please, for your next round. BC Super Shifters, we need you now, please. The final round in high school. Ryan Warnke driving his mom's Nissan, and Logan E. Squardo in the Camaro. Dial-in difference going Ryan Warnke's way. Been a great year in high school, no matter what happens for Logan E. Squardo. He'll finish no worse than 3rd. But he'd love to get a win here, and he will. How about that? Logan going to the winner's circle again in high school as he takes out points leader Ryan Warnke. Well done, young man. So we go to Super Pro after a little work on the racetrack. We are now looking for BC Super Shifters. Hello? BC Super Shifters, lanes 3 and 4. So, okay. Puget Sound Petroleum Super Pro coming up. Next round of BC Super Shifters should be headed this way in lanes 3 and 4. BC Super Shifters, we do need you. Lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro Ladder's on its way down to the window. For those of you that are interested, Pro Bracket Ladder is on its way to the window downstairs. All right, so this is going to get a little tactical because only a couple drivers in the top 10 in Super Pro have been knocked out so far. I know it's only the second round of Super Pro. I'm just saying. My old friend Wally Cronin, been driving this dart for seemingly ever, alongside Andy Taylor in the dragster. Now, Wally is going to have to be patient because the dart's dialed 995 and the dragster's dialed 713. Or wait, I got that backwards. Andy's going to have to be patient and Wally gets to leave first.
You know, I was down talking to Wally earlier. He's doing really well. He has been away for a long time. He's back and he's doing really well.
All right, good news is no red lights involved. Wally out in front, but here comes Andy. But Wally's able to hold him off. Man, that was close. Margin of victory, 43 ten-thousandths of a second at the finish line stripe. Yikes.
I told you, Wally's doing really well. Well, oh, look who this brings up, Jim Maybury and Dave Wakefield.
Man, you want to talk about championship implications in this matchup. Maybury comes into today number 9 in the points, hoping to move up, obviously, maybe to the number 6 spot so he can race at the Race of Champions at the ET Finals. For Dave Wakefield, a completely different situation. After yesterday's big win, Super Dave's all the way up to number 2 in the points, within striking distance of a championship. Head start in the matchup goes to the Little Red Wagon of Jim Mabry. Good news, everybody clean and green. It's Mabry. 968 on the 66 dial. Super Dave is out in round 2.
Super Dave runs right on the dial and with a 9. Could not get the job done because of reaction time. Here comes Randy Brown and Ron Norris. Who gets to leave first? Oh, Randy Brown leaves the starting line first. Norris has to play catch-up. It's Randy Brown. Reaction time goes to Randy Brown. Win stripe goes to Randy Brown. 904 is the dial, runs a 905 for the win.
Another great matchup here, but no title implications on the line in the point standings or anything else. Tori Lee the Shredder and Dave Secundi, the Ellensburg Performance Exhaust Dragster. In this one, the head start will go to David Tower side. He's dialed up 758 on the NC Cat Machinery scoreboard. Meanwhile, Tori Lee on the Cornwell Tools side is dialed 731. Hard to imagine it's been 5 years since Tori Lee got his first and only national event win.
Well, Tori wins this one with an 015.
Man, oh man, David Secundi almost did it. Almost had a perfect light, but he red lit by a stinking thousandth. Automatic win to Tori Lee, who goes 738 on the 31 dial with that 015 reaction time that Ray was mentioning. Now, speaking of championship implications, with Dave Wakefield bowing out ahead of him, Mark Henges comes into the round in 3rd place in the points. Knowing that Wakefield is out, Henges desperately needs to beat John Berger. I'm not going to tell you it's going to be easy. That Beretta is fast and consistent. Based out of Yakima, Washington, dialed 809. But Henges is trying to protect home court and is positioning in the top 5, and he will. 860 on the 857 dial. Henges was 008 in reaction time. Good for the win.
Here comes Dallas Glenn. You might have heard of him before, huh?
Couple of times. Currently 4th in Pro Stock in the points.
Perfect light in the final round in the last Pro Stock race. He's gone up against Jerome Feltman.
Back to his roots, racing in the brackets. I remember way back when Dallas Glenn was in high school and won the Division High School Championship.
I remember Dallas Glenn and Pink's All Out. Guess what? It's Dallas Glenn coming back.
Good news, Dallas. Your prediction's coming true. You just keep being better than the guy in the other lane and you'll end up good. Zach Liston, the 55 Chevrolet, and a newcomer to Super Pro Combat from the motorcycle division is Jake Havens. Now in a dragster in Super Pro. 804 the dial for Jake. Zach Liston in the Shoebox Chevrolet. 828 dialed. He will have the head start. Well, tough break for Jake. He was 100th too early and went red. Automatic win goes to Zach Liston. 55 runs 832 on his 828 dial. That's not bad. Eric Burge and Jeremy Waterman. Burge in the Malibu Tower side, and Waterman in that low-slung, sleek 67 Nova. Whoa, Burge gets way loose off the starting line. And Jeremy Waterman flies right on by. 822 on his 822. I don't think he lifted. And an 016 reaction time ran 822.2 on his 822 and never looked back. Wow. Well, in the words of Pat Austin, I'd rather be lucky than good. There you go.
Ian Theophilus coming forward, and Jace O'Hara. Who leaves the starting line first? Oh, it's Jace. Ian Theophilus going to have to be patient.
Well, here's the thing. Ian Theophilus is leading the points. And he knows. The guy behind him, Dave Wakefield, out. But lurking behind Wakefield in the points is Mark Henges, and he already won this round.
Hey, these two cars use the same paint can to paint them with.
Ian Theophilus broke out. 852 on the 54 dial. Jace O'Hara gets the win. 959 in the win for O'Hara. Ian Theophilus out. Mark Henges wins and is the only one in the top three remaining.
Keep your eye on the El Camino. Freddie Hoffman's got his hands full.
Mukilteo Powder Coating Sportsman, we need you in the lanes, please. Mukilteo Powder Coating Sportsman, we need you.
Fred's out of here. Daniel Helgerson takes the win with the El Camino 941 on a 939 dial. 01 on the starting line.
Mukilteo Powder Coating Sportsman, let's go. We need you, please. Again, we are looking for Mukilteo Powder Coating Sportsman. Round 3. Mukilteo Powder Coating Sportsman round 3. We're looking for you. Here's Kevin Rennick. Number 5 in the point standings against Roger Appleton in the Turbo Buick.
There's Kevin Rennick coming back. 793 on a 792 seals the deal.
Looking for Mukilteo powder coating sportsmen. Here they come. Around the corner.
Scott Nation over in the right lane. 69 Dart. Tower side is Chris Young, 57 Chevrolet.
Olympic Ironworks motorcycles look to be all there, I think. But I'll go ahead and make a final call for Olympic Ironworks motorcycle as well. That's got to be a ride of a lifetime for Chris Young. Double wheelie. How cool is that? Lynn Birch and John Eastburn. I absolutely love the 62 Chevy in the right lane. That is just a thing of beauty. 409 and a stick. Win to Lynn Birch. We'll see the Camaro again. The 62 Impala, out of here.
So we're back into the Olympic Ironworks motorcycles. Stacy Hesh, Tower Side, dialed 874. Tom Misfeld over in the right lane. Misfeld dialed 880. Who leaves the starting line first? Oh, wow, it's 880. Tom Misfeld leaves the starting line first. Winner of this pair will come back for the final. Stacy Hesh takes the win on a double breakout. Breaks out for the least amount. Stacy coming back for the final round. And he will race the winner of this pair. That would be Mike Evans, Tower Side, dialed 1042. Brandon Hinton over in the right lane, dialed 970.
Provac Pro. Next round, we need you, please. Provac Pro. We need you now in the staging lanes, please.
Well, Brandon Hinton takes the win as Evans goes red on the starting line by 4 thou. So Michael Condon over in the right lane. He's out of Puyallup. Tower Side is Craig Smith out of Tacoma. Dialed 1290 to the 1551 of Michael. Michael leaves the starting line first in the pickup truck.
You mean Mitchell? He won yesterday too, Ray.
That's right. And you're right, it is Mitchell. $2,000 separate them on the starting line. Winlight, Tower Side to Craig Smith. He'll be back. That was an 05 with a 4, 05 with a 6 on the starting line. But Condon breaks out. Here comes Larry DeCamp and Gordon Rust. Wow, this is the race of the Titans. Number 1 and number 2 in points. Guess what? Number 1 win. Larry DeCamp's coming back. Win goes to Webster Tower side, 12-18 on a 12-11 dial, takes the win. Here comes Rick Green, Tower side. And Sean Langley, Mustang versus Mustang. Win light goes to Langley, right-hand lane, 1301 on a 1295 dial.
Pro bracket, if you're paired up back there, just pull forward, please. Once again, Puget Sound Petroleum Super Pro. Next round, we need you at the back of the lanes.
Here comes Daniel Holkerson in the wheel stand in El Camino, taking on Scott Loosely. Tower side, 69 Cougar. 1085 dial for Scotty. Daniel dialed 939. Well, Scotty takes the win. Holgerson red lights by 3 thou. Winning time for Scotty is 1087 on a 1085. Here comes Jim Van Cleve and Dan Weiland. Dan dialed 1014, Van Cleve with a 1039. Van Cleve leaves first.
I have no idea.
Van Cleve takes the win, 1046.
All right, Gary Ensrud and Freddie Hoffman. Here we go. Ensrud, 11-12 in the lemon wedge. Trying to stay out in front of that 10-second dialed Camaro of Freddie Hoffman. Fast Freddie trying to get it done, but he will not. Gary Ensrud, 11-13 on the 11-12. Good for the win. Ensrud had the reaction time advantage as well. So Gary Ensrud moves on. Freddie Hoffman is out. And that brings up All right, Gordon Rust and Jerry Bertolotti. Gordon Rust, number 6 in the points. Trying to remain in the hunt. Bertolotti wheels up, trying to chase him down. Gordon Rust breaks out. All right, Steve Ryland, Pat Condon. Pat's got the Firebird. Ryland has the Dodge Coronet. Wow, double breakout win to Pat Condon. Firebird moving on. Coronet is not. And here's Craig Smith. 4th in the points, still in the hunt. And Daryl Odegaard in the Love Truck.
Oh, what happened here? Craig Smith is the winner. Automatic, cuts an 0-1. Older guard goes a little bit red. Well, let's be honest, he goes a whole lot red.
Olympic Ironworks Motorcycles, we need you now, please. Olympic Ironworks Motorcycles, we need you now, please. And here we go, Rick Green. And the Mustang dials up 1256 to race Brian Horn. Of course, Horn led the points for the majority of the year until yesterday. Still trying to stay in the game is Horn. Can't capture yet another Pacific Raceways Track Championship. And a red light for Rick Green, a 13 thousandths red light, in fact. Brian Horn moving on to the next round of Pro. That would be Provac Pro officially. I love Roger Gage's pickup truck. Full-size Silverado truck that's 9-second capable. Dialed back to 1040.
Olympic Ironworks Motorcycles, we're looking for you in lane 6, please. Round number next.
We are down to the final in Olympic Ironworks Motorcycle, but only one half of the final round is there.
So I'm told Randy Brown's making a single, and he's going to go all the way the whole 1,320 feet. So Randy Brown dialed 904. Let's see what he runs. Cuts an 014 light on a single. Goes 905 on a 904 dial, not bad. So Mark Henges pulling up. He's number 3 in points, taking on Jim Maybury, number 9 in points. So Henges dialed 857, has to come from behind. Win light goes to Mark Henges as Mayberry breaks out by 1 thousandths. One-thousandths breakout. Can you imagine? But hey, I forgot to tell you, Mark Hinges had a 005 on the starting line, and he runs. Wow, that was a 5,000ths package for Hinges. Runs 57 with a 0 on a 57 dial. Tori Lee and Jeremy Waterman. Sportsman, we're looking for sportsmen to the head of the lanes. Sportsmen to the head of the lanes, please. Waterman takes the win over Tori Lee. Tori Lee breaks out.
Mukilteo Powder Coating Sportsman Semifinals. To the front of the staging lanes, please.
There comes Kevin Rennick and Wally Cronin. Door car versus dragster. Wally's driving a door car, of course. 996 dial. Kevin with a 793 dial. Double breakout. Kevin Rennick breaks out by the least amount, so he's the guy coming back. Dallas Glenn tower side, 93 Mustang. Jace O'Hara over in the right lane, 63 Nova. Dallas Glenn takes the stripe with a 947 on a 946 dial. Leaves an 03 light on the starting line.
Final round of Olympic Ironworks motorcycle coming up. All right, Brandon Hinton, Stacy Hesh. Love it. Number 1 and number 3 in the points going head to head. This is your final round. Olympic Ironworks motorcycle. The final motorcycle final of the year. That seems pretty final, doesn't it? How about Brandon Hinton? A great year for Brandon Hinton this year. Congratulations, sir. 967 on the 967. 39 thousandths package win in the final of Olympic Ironworks motorcycle for 2021 here at Pacific Raceways. Well, it appears that the sportsmen semifinals have arrived. Right on cue, too. Perfect. All right, here we go. Semifinals. Mukilteo Powder Coating Sportsmen.
Almost the same color, huh? That would be Larry DeCamp. Mitchell Webster.
That'd be Michael. Who's going to the final round? Oh man, Mike Webster going red. 003 red even. Well, good news for Larry DeCamp. He's final round bound once again.
Let's say he's number 1 in points.
Yep.
That didn't hurt, did it?
Nope. Eight cars left in Provac Pro. Please report to the back of the stagings for pairings. 8 cars remaining in Provac Pro down to the quarterfinals. We need you at the back of the staging lanes to be paired up as we watch Sean Langley get the win in the Mustang. So Sean Langley is final round bound to race Larry DeCamp. In your Mukilteo Powder Coating Sportsman final round.
Super shifters, there should be final left. Super shifters to final. Come on back to the staging lanes, please. Super shifters final. Like to see you in the staging lanes. So here we go, back to pro bracket. Roger Gage in his pickup truck, tower side. It's a real live Silverado. Taking on Brian Horn. Brian Horn, 70 Challenger. So Brian Horn dialed 1037 to the 1048 dial of Roger Gage. Not much of a head start for Gage. Let's see what happens. And Brian Horn looks like he might have got timed out. So Roger Gage takes the win with a 10:52. Here comes Scott Loosely and Patrick Condon. Condon dialed 11:51. Leaves first. Scott Loosely has to catch him with the 10:89 dial. Win light goes on for Scott Loosely. 1096 takes the win. Comes Jim Van Cleve and Borelli. That would be Gary Borelli. 67 Chevelle, 946 to dial for Borelli. Tower side, Van Cleve dialed 1043.
Ray.
It's Bertolotti, I know that.
Why do you keep calling him Borelli then?
I don't know. I get carried away. Oh, Gary leaves a red light on the starting line. Van Cleve leaves a 007 green for the win. Here's Craig Smith, tower side, dialed 1295. Gary Ensrod over in the right lane, 1113. Super Pro, come on back to the lanes. Super Pro, come to the head of the lanes, please.
Only 6 cars remain in that round of Super Pro, so just head all the way to the front.
Ensrod takes the win here. And on the water box now, we have the final round of the Super Shifters. Chris Young in a 57 Chevy. Lynn Birch, tower side, 67 Camaro. A fast 67 Camaro. 895's the dial in. And a pair of red lights. The win goes to Chris Young. He red lights by the least amount. He's closer to going green. So congratulations goes to Chris Young. He's the winner of the BC Super Shifters this weekend.
You know, Chris has been driving that car all weekend. Where's Roger?
Can't tell you. He might be in the pits. I didn't see him earlier, though.
Super Pro, we are looking for you.
At the head of the lanes.
Pull all the way forward if you can. Super Pro, we'll meet you at the front. Well, one of the contestants is here, Mark Hinges.
How you doing, Mark? Good job.
All right, so we've determined who will compete for the King of the Track and the Wally and hats that go with it. In sportsmen, Larry DeCamp and Gordon Rust. In motorcycle, Brandon Hinton and Robley Evans. And then Brian Horn and Brian Giddings in Pro, Ian Theopolis and Mark Henges in Super Pro. So those are the drivers that will be involved in the King of the Track. Yeah, we still have a couple drivers in competition, so we can't get that started in the short term. But anyway, congratulations to those drivers as they will compete for a coveted Pacific Raceways NHRA King of the Track Wally and some hats to go with it. That's pretty cool. I've been looking at this thing all day long thinking to myself, wonder who's going to be involved in that. Now we know. All the drivers I mentioned, or in some cases riders because of the motorcycle category, will meet on the patio to draw numbers. Those numbers will then be transferred to a sportsman ladder for the King of the Track competition. Mukilteo Powder Coating Sportsman final round. We need you to the lanes, please. Mukilteo Powder Coating Sportsman final round. We need you to the lanes, please. You can pull all the way forward to Sportsman final.
So here we go. Back to Super Pro. Guess who's in the tower side? It's Dallas Glenn. Taking on Randy Brown. Randy Brown over in the right lane. Randy Brown dials 905. Has to give Dallas Glenn a head start with the 947 dial. So it's going to be Glenn against Brown. And guess who leaves first? It's Dallas Glenn. Oh, Randy goes red. Automatic win for Dallas. Dials at 947, goes a 956 off the gas. Here comes Mark Hinges and Jeremy Waterman. Waterman dialed 821. Giving Mark Hinges a head start with the 855 dial. Door car giving a dragster a head start.
What a novel idea that is.
Not used to this.
Wow, worst reaction time of the pair is an 019. Check it out. Win to Mark Hinges, dead on 3 on the dial. Another 8,000 package win for Mark Hinges. The dude is a driving machine.
Here comes Kevin Rennick. Rear engine dragster tower side. Daniel Holgerson over in the right lane. In the wheel standing El Camino. Dialed 940. Kevin has to catch him with the 792 dial. Win light goes to Kevin on a double breakout. Kevin breaks out for the least amount. So Kevin coming back.
Final and Sportsman coming up next.
And Sportsman final on the line now. Sean Langley right here, that tower side. Larry DeCamp is in the right-hand lane. Larry DeCamp dialed 1211. He's given a head start to Sean Langley's Mustang, who's dialed 1295. It's the final and Sportsman. And the win light goes to Langley. DeCamp breaks out. Goes at 12:08 on a 12:11 dial. Reaction time advantage goes to Langley. Cuts an 03 in the starting line. Goes 12:96 on a 12:95 dial. So congratulations goes to Sean Langley. Pro bracket, semifinals, head of the lanes. So pro bracket to the head of the lanes. There's only 40 left. Here we go. Next pair, pro bracket. In the water box, Jim Van Cleve, right lane. Roger Gage, tower side. Roger Gage out of Marysville, dialed 1050. Van Cleve out of Morton, Washington, dialed 1040. So Van Cleve giving the head start to Roger Gage. Giant wheel stand by Van Cleve. Wind light goes to Van Cleve. 0-1 reaction time for Van Cleve. Better than the 2 reaction times. He goes 1042 for the win on a 1040 dial. Okay, next pair up in pro bracket is going to be Scott Loosley, tower side, the Cougar, dialed 1087. Gary Insrod, dialed 1112 over in the right lane. This is Puyallup versus Ravensdale. Who leaves the starting line first? That would be Gary. Gary leaves the starting line first. Wow, this is a close race. 6,000 separate them on the starting line. And Loosely breaks out, gives the win to Enzron. Enzron takes the win. He'll be back. Dials at 11-12, goes 11-14 for the win. Can I say it?
Actually, it's only been a few minutes since we had.
I'm going to say it. I'm going to beat you to it.
Go ahead, Ray. Go ahead.
All winners, all classes. Back to the staging lanes, please.
I like it when everybody steals my favorite line.
I've never heard that line before.
Right.
I'm lying.
I know. All winners, all classes. Don't wait for us to call you individually. When you're ready, just show up here. But remember, we do have a 5 o'clock curfew, and we still have to do the king of the track.
So
with
please,
the Wally on the line.
So please hurry.
So speaking of the king of the track, it's going to involve in sportsmen Larry DeCamp and Gordon Rust. In motorcycle, Brandon Hinton and Robley Evans. In pro bracket, Brian Giddings and Brian Horn. And in super pro, king of the track, It's going to be between Ian Theopolis and Mark Henges. So those are the drivers that are actually involved. As far as who will race who, that'll be done by a number draw on the patio once everybody has been eliminated from competition. So pretty cool. Been staring at the King of the Track hats and the official Pacific Raceways King of the Track 2021 Championship Wally here all morning.
And afternoon.
Yeah, Ed was nice enough to just set the trophy right in front of Ray and I, and we've been looking at this thing all day. So congratulations to those drivers I just mentioned for qualifying for King of the Track. It's a runoff story, so we'll do a numbers draw on the patio here soon. But for those of you that are still in competition, please come to the staging lanes as soon as you are able.
Can I say it again? All winners, all classes, back to the staging lanes, please.
Man, what a year it has been in 2021. I want to say this while it's quiet, and I mean this with the utmost insincerity. It has truly been a privilege and a pleasure in 2021 to work here at Pacific Raceways and watch the racing stories unfold throughout the season. It's kind of unreal how quick this year has gone by as far as the racing season is concerned. And I'm thankful that I'm able to be here and have fun with everyone, whether you're a spectator, a racer, on the crew, or the staff here at Pacific Raceways. Thank you for allowing me to be part of the fun and games at this racetrack. It's been quite a while since I've done this many races in a single year for one racetrack, so thank you very much. It's been fun watching all the racing and how close it's been, and following the points along in all the brackets and in the motorcycle category and such. I mean, I stayed generally pretty busy with the Lucas races, and then when you add the weekly races here at Pacific Raceways, it's been kind of a crazy year. But it's been a lot of fun working with Ray and with Eldon and with Bill Windley. And, we've had some guest announcers up here, too, that we've worked with through the course of 2021. It's been a lot of fun. Hard to even say that I'm looking forward to 2022 because 2021 isn't quite done yet. We still have, of course, the Bracket Kings showdown next weekend here at the racetrack. Thanks to Freddie Hoffman and the folks here at Pacific Raceways, the third annual Bracket Kings showdown will get underway next weekend with a test and tune on Friday night. And last year they gave out almost $18,000 in total prizes. I mean, you want big money bracket racing, you got it here at Pacific Raceways, courtesy of Freddie Hoffman, who happens to be walking out toward the starting line right now. So last year, Kevin Rennick pocketed $5,000. Alan Macham over $3,500. Even in the sportsman category, Gary Howe Jr. almost $1,800, and Stacy Hesh in the motorcycle division $650. And added this year, courtesy of Frank Nelson Jr., is what I guess we call the King of Kings. It's a $1,000 cash bonus to the runoff winner between Super Pro, Pro, Sportsman, and Motorcycle. Should be a lot of fun, and if you want to compete for a lot of money and one of those big giant paychecks, those are always cool. Hang those in your shop or in your race trailer if you win one. Next weekend, the third annual Bracket King Showdown. And no, I didn't realize Freddie was walking out to the starting line until he actually did it, but now I know he heard me, so that's good. 3 cars left in Puget Sound Petroleum Super Pro. Kevin Rennick, Mark Hinges, and guess who?
That would be Dallas Glenn.
Yeah. And how about that? Our special guest, Dallas Glenn, in the semifinals, and he's going to get a single.
Who knew?
So without doubt, Dallas Glenn will be in the final to race one of these two guys. Yeah. All right, so Mark Hinges and Kevin Rennick are going to race off. Oh, Ray, you led me down the wrong path. It's actually Mark Hinges who's going to get the single.
Who knew?
Apparently not you, and neither did I, because I don't have a ladder up here. You're killing me, Ray. You're killing me. So Hinges simply stages his car, and we'd like to have the drivers I mentioned for the king of the track meet on the patio. So if we could have Larry DeCamp, Gordon Rust, Brandon Hinton, Rob Lee Evans, Brian Giddings, Brian Horn, Ian Theopolis, and Mark Hinges, wherever he went, meet on the patio for a number draw, that would be great. Again, Larry DeCamp, Gordon Rust, Brandon Hinton, Rob Lee Evans, Brian Giddings, Brian Horn, Ian Theopolis, and Mark Hinges meet on the patio so we can draw for pairings in the king of the track. All right, so it appears that Dallas Glenn was not going to get the single like we originally anticipated. He actually gets to race his way to the final. Standing in his way is a 2-time Pacific Raceway track champion, Kevin Rennick. I don't know. After the season that Dallas Glenn has had up to this point in Pro Stock, I wouldn't count against him in any drag race. His rookie season includes 2 national event wins, most recently in Topeka last weekend, where in the final round, if you didn't hear by now, he cut a perfect light in a winning performance. Now he's driving a borrowed car and having to race Kevin Rennick, who once again finds himself in the top 5 in the point standings here at Pacific Raceways.
Yeah, don't sell Kevin short. He was the track champion last year.
Yeah, no, I'm telling you, he's a 2-time track champ right here.
And a $5,000 winner last year at the Freddie Hoffman deal.
Oh, and Dallas Glenn goes red.
By 2,000s.
Cut it a little too close, so Kevin Rennick will meet Mark Hinges in the final round. 2 final rounds remaining, plus the special King of the Track runoff presented by Summit.
So this final features Jim Van Cleve, Tower Side, 72 Maverick, dialed 1040. Right-hand lane, it'll be Gary Ensrod. 67 Plymouth out of Puyallup. He's dialed 1113. So the 1113, Gary Ensrod leaves the starting line first.
Jim Van Cleve collecting a total of 3 Perfect Light Club stickers through the course of the weekend.
And they're both green. How about that?
Head start went to Gary Ensrud, but let's see. Other end, timers say win to Jim Van Cleve. 1040 on the 1040. Dead on 6 was Van Cleve. 048 reaction time, good for the win. Congratulations to Jim, the Van Cleve family, for winning in Pro today. He'll definitely finish in the top 10, maybe even top 6. Question is, if he does end up in the top 6, will he compete at the ET Finals in the Race of Champions for that trip, all expense paid trip to Las Vegas? One final round remains, and that is in Super Pro. So if our Super Pro finalists are ready, we are ready for you whenever you're ready. Just come to the staging lanes as soon as you can. Remember, we have until 5 o'clock to run the Super Pro final and then 3 rounds of the King of the Track. Ray, I'm still a little bit shocked that we're at the final A Street Automotive Gold Cup Series event of the year. The year is almost over.
Yeah.
I mean, we have next weekend the
Freddie Hoffman deal.
Yeah, the Bracket King Showdown. And then there's a couple of import races. There's a West Coast Grudge race. And then, of course, there in October, there's also some Gambler Test and Tune type events as well. But for the most part, all the big races and all the, bracket racing for the most part is complete after today. So I just wanted to tell you publicly, man, thanks for your help. Thanks for working with me this year. It's been fun.
Thank you. It has been fun. And thanks for, asking me to come down to the Woodburn team finals with you. It's, I've been to a team finals announcing with you at Pacific, but I've never gone out of town to announce the team final.
Is that really true? Because didn't you and Bob come up to Mission?
Yeah, but we were just on this vacation, so to speak. We weren't there any official capacity.
Well, I don't know that you'll really be at this year's ET final in its official capacity in any way.
No, but at least I'll have a mic in my hand occasionally.
Yeah, no, and I'll appreciate your help for sure. And it'll be fun for you because you've never really spent a lot of time at the ET finals announcing. You and Bob, when you did come to Mission the one year, came up there 2 or 3 or 4 times through the course of a couple of days, but never for a full event.
Right.
And because in your case, you're there just to have a good time and help me out. Obviously, when I bore you enough, you can just jump in your car and head home. No obligation, right?
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. I might leave Saturday morning.
No, you won't. You want to see who wins the race of champions, you goof. Come on.
It's really fun.
You'll leave Saturday morning. No one does that at the ET finals.
Oh, okay.
Come on.
Okay.
I mean, I've seen people pull out Saturday night after the race of champions is over, but nobody leaves before Saturday night.
No, I'm there till Sunday night.
Yeah, okay. I'm not going to say you shouldn't, because, the ET finals is cool because of the race of champions, because of the team championship, the Sunday race. It's cool because of the Managers Cup and the Team Spirit Award. And, I honestly think that I may be underselling the bracket finals a little bit, because one of the key aspects of it is the fact that all 17 to 19 racetracks send team representatives. We all come together in one central location. This year, it's going to be at Woodburn Drag Strip, and they have a lot of special stuff this year that maybe a lot of you haven't seen. Those of you that travel, like racing the Super Comp Association, Super Street Association, or have been to Woodburn this year, already know about this. But I was talking to Sherry Severance. Her and Joey, obviously, you probably know, run Woodburn Drag Strip. I was headed down there for their Night of Fire race, and I was talking to Sherry about that, and she goes, "We're excited to have you. We know that because of your dog, you missed the Lucas race, and but we're excited to have you because we've got something new." And I'm like, "Sweet, I like new things." She goes, "You're gonna love this." She says, "We built a bar." I'm like, "What?" "Yeah, we got a real live hosted bar where you don't. Normally every racetrack's got a beer garden, right? Or a beer stand or whatever.
It's hard liquor?
Yeah, dude.
Wow.
If you want a rum and Diet Coke, you can get one now at Woodburn.
Wow.
As long as you're not racing.
What about if you're announcing?
When we're off duty. Well, you can do whatever you want. You're not in any official capacity, dude.
I'll be darned.
If you want to take the day off and just sit. Now, you let me finish about the bar, right? So she tells me the bar, and she goes, "It's got a name, and you're going to love this." I'm like, okay. So most everyone knows Jim Livingston was the guy for decades that ran and owned Woodburn Drag Strip until the kids took it over, right? He still is involved, but the kids are basically running it now. But Jim originally took it over, and everyone knows he was the head guy, right? So they named it, can you believe it, Jimmy's Wheelie Bar. God, I love it. And they put it right between the snack bar and the corn dog stand. So life is good.
I'm hoping Jim shows up because I haven't seen Jim in a long time.
Well, so here's the deal. I don't think I've told this publicly, and I might get in trouble. So you didn't hear this from me, okay? So I'm at the Night of Fire at Woodburn, and I'm sitting up there announcing, And door opens. Through the door comes Jim Livingston. Now, for those of you that don't know, he's had some medical issues and is not supposed to climb the stairs. So he walks through the door, and I got this panicked look because I knew he wasn't supposed to be up there. His daughter, Sherry, looks at him and says, "Jim, you're not supposed to climb the stairs." Jim replies, "I know, but Stevie wasn't here for the Lucas race, and I wanted to come say hello." Now, talk about tugging your heartstrings a little. I thought, God, the dude risked his life to come up the stairs and say hello. Like, literally, he's not supposed to do that. He's got, like a heart situation, so he's not supposed to overexert himself. So that was one of my favorite moments of that weekend. Super cool.
I used to get the same treatment over in Yakima. When Dee Adams was still alive, Dee would really go out of his way to treat me well, come over and talk to me. I'd never seen him do that to other racers. He'd come over and shake my hand. "How you doing? Can I do anything for you?" It was
Right.
just a great feeling.
So I think this year at the ET Finals is going to be a special one. It's going to be fun. I guarantee a good time. Because if you can't have a good time at the ET Finals, you are literally doing something wrong.
So here we go. A pair of dragsters in the final. That would be Mark Hinges to our side. I raced against Mark Hinges when he had a front engine dragster. Here he's got a rear engine dragster, and he used to run alcohol dragster at the divisional races. He's gone against Kevin Rennick. Kevin Rennick dialed 794. Kevin Rennick has to do the catch up. Mark Hinges gets the head start with an 857 dial.
You ever noticed how when guys step away from drag racing, they always seem to return?
Yeah, I sold my race car, and here I am with a
Maybe
mic
in a
in my
different
hand.
form.
Different
Like,
capacity.
You're not racing now, you're announcing. But Mark Hinges forever raced in the brackets in that front motor dragster back in the early 80s. And then made the jump to a rear engine car built by Rich Gortzema to race in Super Comp in the brackets. Actually finished in the top 10 in Super Comp in that rear engine car at one point. And then made the jump to alcohol dragster with the Airtime Aviation car. And then for a time even drove for Bucky Austin in a Nostalgia Nitro Funny car.
Oh, I forgot about that. That's right. Here we go. It's underway. It's over. Kevin Rennick red lights.
How about that? Mark Hinges emerges victorious. That's all the finals with the exception of the King of the Track, which is the only thing we have left to complete.
Wow. Hinges dials 857. He saw the red light and he said, "Oh, what the heck, I'm going to drive it out the back door." He goes 855 with a 6 at 175 miles an hour. Congratulations, Mark Hinges.
Man, I tell you what, Ed just handed me the updated points. Brian Horn and Brian Giddings, the Bryans, have to race each other in the opening round of the King of the Track, and they tied for number one in points. Both had 801. They had to go to the tiebreaker, so your pro bracket champ is Brian Horn. But how about that? They tied with 801 points apiece, had to go to a tiebreaker to determine the championship, and they have to race each other today in the King of the Track. In Sportsman, congratulations to Larry DeCamp. He put the Camaro in the championship winner circle, this time in Sportsman and not in Car Club. So congratulations to Larry. Gordon Rust finished second. Yesterday's winner, Nick Douglas, finished third. Kenny Olight O'Keefe finished fourth. Craig Smith, fifth. Abby Hagan, sixth in the points. Now let me do pro again because I need to go at least through the top six. So Brian Horn and Brian Giddings tied for 801 points apiece using the tiebreaker system in place. Brian Horn gets the number one spot. Brian Giddings number two. David Knutson ended up third. Craig Smith ended up fourth. James Van Cleve ended up fifth. And how about Gordon Rust in the sixth spot? Rounding out the top 10, Sean Langley in seventh, Russell Lopeman in eighth, Kenny Olight O'Keefe in ninth, and Steve Ryland in the Mopar from Vashon Island rounds out the top 10. We've been through pro, we've been through sportsman. Now, a lot of people have been wondering about the championship in Super Pro. So here's how it lines out. Fittingly, the guy who just won Super Pro is also your Super Pro champ, Mark Hinges. Congratulations. Ian Theophilus led the points chase for almost the entire year and finishes second in a great season. His first full year in a big car. Super Dave Wakefield, the Dave and Dave Show, as Ray likes to call him, finished third in the points overall. Congratulations to Kevin Rennick. He was in the final round here today and finishes fourth overall in the points this year. Brian Horn in Super Pro, foot brake in the Challenger, finishes fifth. Mark Bentley ends up sixth. Bruce White seventh. Dave Knutson eighth. Jim Mabry number 9, and Kevin Youngs in the Anglia rounds out the top 10 in Super Pro. In the motorcycle division, how about that Brandon Hinton kid winning both the Wednesday night Olympic Ironworks Motorcycle Series and the series championship in the A Street Automotive Series 2.
He hears you.
Congratulations.
He hears
buddy.
you.
Well done.
Look at Brandon down there. He's happy as can be.
Why wouldn't he be? What a perfect year.
He's waving at us.
Way to go, buddy. How about Rob Lee Evans finishing second in motorcycle? Stacy Hesh third. Mike Evans fourth. Camille Labs fifth. Donna Johnson sixth. Tracy Johnson seventh. Augustus Oakley eighth. Darren Anderson ninth. How about that? So then, from motorcycle, we go to high school again. Ryan Warnke led from wire to wire for the high school championship. Great first year for Logan Esquerdo, who finished second. Mitch Condon, who won yesterday, finished third overall. Alex Hadberg finished fourth. Luke Savar fifth. And Kenny Langley rounds out the top 6 in high school. So there you have it. As far as the overall points championships, congratulations to everyone for what has been a amazing year in 2021. Thanks again to Rob Gillette and his company, A Street Automotive, for sponsoring the A Street Automotive Gold Cup Championship Series. It, as I said earlier, has been a real privilege and a pleasure working with everybody here at Pacific Raceway, from this office staff to the on-track staff to Ray and Bill and Eldon in the tower. I can't thank you guys enough for working with me and having fun. It really has been a pleasure. We're going to go ahead and make a first call for those of you that are involved in the King of the Track. So let me find my list again and I'll call them out individually. Gordon Rust and Larry DeCamp, Brandon Hinton and Rob Lee Evans, Brian and Brian, that would be Brian Giddings and Brian Horn. God, those guys almost feel like they're related. They finished number 1 and number 2 in the points. They race each other first round in the King of the Track. And we also want to welcome Ian Theophilus and Mark Hinges to the staging lanes for the opening round of the King of the Track. I've been staring at this Wally all day long, looking at it going, man, that is cool. Along with a handful of hats for the winner. So the Brian and Brian matchup is there. Brian Giddings and Brian Horn arriving in the staging lanes.
So here we go. King of the track, first pair out. It's Brian and Brian. Brian Horn, far lane, tower side. Brian Giddings. Giddings dialed 1227. Horn dialed 1037, giving away the head start. The first casualty is Brian Giddings. He red lights on the starting line, gives the win to Brian Horn. Winning time, 10:35 for Brian Horn. Brandon Hinton, tower side, taking on Gordon Rust. Brian Hinton he's riding a two-wheeler. 967's the dial. Gordon Rust dial 12 flat. On a double breakout, Gordon Rust takes the win. He's closer to his dial and breaks out by the least amount, so Gordon Rust coming back for next round. Okay, next pair coming up, Robley Evans. He's on two wheels, dialed 909. But Mark Hinge is over on the other side with the rear engine dragster, dialed 857. So the bike gets the head start. Let's see what happens here. Another red light. Robley Evans red lights by 2,000ths. Gives the win to Mark Hinges, who hesitated on the starting line and was late. So it's kind of a gift to Mark Hinges. I don't want to say anything to Mark, but he dials the 857 last pass and went 855. This pass he dials 857 again and again goes 855. Maybe 855 is the dial in. Here comes Ian Theophilus taking on Larry DeCamp. 69 Camaro versus rear engine dragster. DeCamp dialed 1208. Theophilus dialed 854. So this is going to be a big head start for DeCamp. Okay, both lights are green. This is a good thing. Win light goes to Theophilus. Reaction time advantage went to Larry DeCamp. DeCamp cuts a 008 on the starting line. Cannot cash in at the finish line. Theophilus runs 8:54 with a 2 on a 8:54 dial-in. Okay, king of the track, all winners. We're looking for you back in the staging lanes, please. All winners, king of the track. Report to the staging lanes. All winners, all classes to the staging lanes, please. That would be all winners for king of the track. So here we go. Semifinals for King of the Track, Mark Hinges Tower side. Brian Horn. Right-hand lane. Brian dialed 1035. He gets to leave the starting line first. Mark Hinges has to catch him with the 857 dial. Both lights are green. Here comes Hinges coming up the side. Can he catch him? No, he can't. Reaction time advantage goes to Brian Horn. That's the third pass in a row. Mark Hinges goes 8:55. You'd think that would be his dial-in. Winning time for Brian Horn runs right on his dial-in with a 2. Next pair up, Ian Theophilus, Tower side. 8:53 is the dial for Ian. Gordon Rest over in the Chevelle. He's dialed 12 flat. Big heads. Oh, that is a big head start. Gordon Rest out of Kirkland. Ian Theophilus out of Port Orchard. So this will be a big head start for Gordon. Well, Gordon Rust is the winner as Ian goes red by 1 thousandths. 1 thousandths red light. Wow, Gordon Rust though. 018 reaction time. Dials 12 flat, runs 12 flat with a 5. One thousandths. So here we go, final run. This is for all the marbles. It's Brian Horn, tower side. Gordon Rust over in the right lane. Gordon dialed 12 flat. Brian Horn dialed 1036. Challenger taking on the Chevelle. Mopar taking on the bow tie. Who gets to leave the starting line first? That would be Gordon Rust, 12 flat. The 1036 has to do the catch up. In the rough, and we have a red light tower side for Brian Horn. Automatic win for Gordon Rust. Congratulations goes out for Gordon Rust. He is the king of the track for 2021.